Good morning, everyone. Give me 1 sec. All right. Nope, that's still not working. Better? Yeah, a little bit. A little early today. Hey, everyone. We saw your BlackRock diploma in the background. BlackRock doesn't issue diplomas. All right. Discord's up. IBKR shares are back to 180K. Old Gregorius, thank you so much for becoming a zillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream's over, dude. Thank you for finally opening the August chain. You're welcome. So, the first few minutes of market open, I think we're going to see a little bit of volatility. I think there may be some gamma imbalance still from all the calls. All the calls and puts sold off yesterday. The shorts, well, the negative hedge is in the short side favor right now. I expect it will remain there. But we may bump over it a little bit this morning. I think we're also going to see some sell side exhaustion, just market wide. So chop, especially with the Fed, all the Fed meetings tomorrow. There's a lot of stuff coming in. Are you buying some puts today? I mean, I have some. I bought like 119 contracts yesterday. About half of them for July 15th, just so I don't burn theta into the latter half of the week. I still have my 140s open. Hey, Girk, this is my first time watching the stream. I've heard that you get even more ruggedly handsome each day. Is that true? As long as I get my beauty rest, yes. Today I look particularly orange for some reason. Something wrong with the camera. Puts on RDBX, isn't it down like a shitload in the pre-market already? Jaundice? No, it's not a spray tan. I'm not from New Jersey. I was out in the sun yesterday, but I don't think I was this out in the sun yesterday. Hmm. White balance is off, right? I don't know what the fuck's going on. Very orange. That's a more normal skin color. I'm gonna go with that. Persian tanning kit. Try the Persian filter. Hey, are those updated? Of course they are. Ding ding. Welcome to the financial markets. The fuck? Where are my positions there? Amazing. With SLD starting tomorrow, does the sell-off in pre-market, or do you think FOMC meeting at 2 will cause some hesitation and then a sell-off? I mean, it's heavily going to depend on what they say in the FOMC meeting, right? There they are. Welcome back. We both sold them all. Oh boy. This is exciting. Some fucking weird data anomalies. I think the SPY's gonna crash. I haven't seen this shit since January 2021. Love title of today's stream. What is it you're seeing? My positions disappear. I've I have I have two instances of WeBull open too, and they're gone in both. There we go. Welcome back. Is the VIX about to do some crazy shit or something? What the fuck is going on here? I take it things are looking really bad if you have market crash in the video title. I mean, they don't look fucking good, right? Oh, there they go again. This is the best. VIX is going backwards. See, this was the catalyst of the market crash all along, apparently. Elena, thank you for becoming a Long Johnson. Also, welcome back. It's been a while. Do you guys have WeBull open twice? It seems like it would cause an issue. No, and yes. I always have my other WeBull account and IBKR running in the background. Your Trilogy and Wyckoff DD say that ETFs provide unlimited liquidity and ETF FTDs are routed through CNS. Do you feel that all FTDs from Jan 21 have been cleared by now? And are what? And are... And we've had a full reset. Oh, yeah. All the FTDs from January 2021 are long gone. Those were gone by the end of March. Hmm. Still doing weird shit. Dumb question. I see your 119 put is red, even though the price is under your strike. Yeah, these just aren't accurate. The data's like super delayed right now. I want to buy my first put option on Jimmy. Any tips for what to look for right now? I mean, you probably don't want to be too far out of the money. The downside is kind of unconfirmed. You probably want some time so your theta doesn't eat the contract. You know, the usual kind of stuff when buying into contracts. Not a lot of range on them also, so if you buy too far out of the money, you may not print. Hey, yeah, there may be some Ivy Crush as well. Jacob Tomasic. But I'm not sure if the data on these is live or not. Big volume on the SPY. Still just mostly flat for market open. Like market wide. I think we're gonna see some seller exhaustion, by the way, if you guys didn't read the daily. You know, with so much selling occurring in the market yesterday, it's possible that we just see kind of a flat day. And the Fed meetings tomorrow, so usually that kind of stabilizes things a bit. Is it telling if they still haven't closed their $80 and $90 puts yet? Yeah, it can be. Hey, user. I saw you ping us last night about Lauer, but didn't have time to dig into it. Can you please give us the background of what caused the tinfoil mob to go after Mr. Luscious Locks? Oh, Blenderson Snooper, that fucking shill, um, like went digging into a different Irvin Finance, like a different fucking company, and turned up some shit that linked them with like Citadel, and then like wrote one of his usual fucking mentally unbalanced hit pieces. But the compelling thing about it was that, a lot of that information was passed around, the moderators on their Discord and stuff. And, super stock moderators didn't take it down, even though it was factually incorrect. They marked it as like speculation. Um, which means, they're just supporting the spread of misinformation on their platform, which they've always done, but it's really blatant now. Possible DD. Possible retardation. With the sound balance now that I can hear everything Girk says, but the background Bruce is filling all the silences, both at 2x. Interesting. What if they're just unimaginably dumb? That's no excuse. Ignorance isn't an excuse, right? Could you read the price out loud for people driving? 117.97. Free the bulls from the slaughterhouse. I think you're giving the Reddit mods too much credit. Oh, absolutely not. They've gathered a group of conspiracy theorists to push forward a narrative. Whether they realize they're pushing forward a narrative or not is irrelevant. Can't Lauer bring a libel suit? He should. Don't trust anyone, only yourself. Thanks, Chris. If you think today will be flat, why do you have a spy put for tomorrow? I don't know if it's going to be completely flat. Can you read the price out loud for those of us in hot air balloons? Not salty at being banned. Salty at what they allow to exist on their platform. Twin Turbo. You say Super Stonk lives rent-free here, but here you are. Awkward. 100K open interest on 375 Ps for Friday on the SPY, and it's going below now. Yeah. Yeah, there's a shitload of negative delta on the SPY. Tons of puts. Can you wear the tinfoil VWAP hat whenever you talk about RSS? I'd have to go get it. RSS mods and members, same area. 51 Naruto runners. Joke's on them. I pay to be here. Thanks, Carl. Why is no one freaking out at positions disappearing constantly? You can't manage them when they're gone. Yeah, it's fine. It'll stabilize in a little bit. That's a Bitcoin crash. I mean, it's dropping again. I've got my buy order open at 11,000. If stock trading doesn't work out, you have a promising future in reading stock prices like a tennis announcer. Ooh, that could be fun. No one to hold them, no one to fold them. Warren Buffett. Why is there a SPY candle all the way up to 394.88 and aftermarket yesterday? Just weird aftermarket gapping. Big spreads in the order book. If you look at it, it's not on like a lot of volume or anything. There's just a order there that filled. Do you consider 108 or below more likely now after how yesterday went? It's a little more likely after how yesterday went. Even though the August options chain is now open, I'll be going heavy on October. Maybe get a few August call options as a lotto to give myself plenty of time. Nice. Is Docu same like Tesla dead? I mean, I don't think anything's going to be recovering right now. Baba's doing okay today. Everything else kind of looks like shit. XRT's having a little bit of a purge. Cat's moving back up. That's about it. Do you think short hedge funds just let Jamie follow the market or push it down on their own? Well, currently everything's like the options chain on Jamie is pulling it down. So as long as the market doesn't push it up, I mean, they don't really have to do any active shorting. I mean, Delta is the most important Greek parliament KS. Delta tells you your odds. What exchange do you use for crypto? Um, Coinbase Pro and Kraken. Speaking of weird after hours, what's going on with EPAM? It's just very illiquid. If if you tighten up the range on it, it doesn't look that weird. August 19th is open on GME. I know. They opened it up. Sounds like it's time for good old-fashioned SS Brigade. I'll go get my pants. No, no brigading of SS. It's not worth it. August chain open on Schwab. August chain open everywhere. Can you paint your face and have a jolly time like a teacher that loves his students? No. Tell me everything's gonna be okay, please. I mean, if you're prepared for the market to crash, yeah. What would you do with a 130 GME put that expired Friday? Sell today at around 116 or hold? I mean, you can hold it. You're pretty deep in the money. You're not going to lose like a ton of value out of the blue, but maybe have a stop set on it. So if we do randomly spike up, it triggers your stop. You capture the profits that you wanted to capture. Cat seem like crash hedge? I mean, it came down pretty hard over the last couple days. At the money calls for GME for August are insanely expensive. One call is $2,200. Yeah, they're not cheap. Also, the spread is very wide right now because they just opened the chain this morning. Could these green candles be FTDs? Possibly. Our volume is extremely low. How do you look for Vega so much when looking at out of the money options plays? Read up a little yesterday and still don't fully get the value. I mean, I don't look for it so much when looking at out of the money options plays. I just prefer more Vega or a higher Vega value. So farther dated out of the money calls are better than nearer dated out of the money calls. It's a big straddle or a big sell? 5 million volume. I don't really care. Greg, I just want to say hi and that I appreciate your consistency and providing us with top-notch entertainment. Also, did you see the August chain was opened? I'm aware that the August chain is open. Are oil and wheat still viable long-term plays? Oils, I mean, you're buying it at the top, right? It's chasing. I think wheat's fine. Although the returns on it aren't going to be anything like oil. Can you split screen with the spy? I can't even fucking keep my positions open for like 5 minutes. Jimmy's just going to do what the spy does with more volatility. It's, looking at either one's essentially looking at the same thing. Should we be slipping more than this? Not yet. I said before market opened, there's going to be some imbalance due to all the puts that were sold yesterday. Talk to us about the pros and cons of attempting some vertical spreads going into OPEX. No. I don't discuss multi-leg option strategies. People are good enough at losing their money already. The August chain is open. God damn it. I know. So this is him. Regarding ETF FTDs, then what is the proverbial bag that everyone thinks someone is holding? Is there no bag? There's a possibility that large amounts of GME short positions were packed into total return swaps. So I think that's and I think people mostly think that because there's no evidence to prove there isn't, more than there's any evidence to prove that there is. Why would you sell CCs this week? Holy cow. I mean, people are gonna do that, right? It's not a good idea, but people are gonna do it. Moonwind has some CCs open, right? MOASS is here, sir. No, it's not. Can you add higher strikes to August? I can't afford any of these. If GME is tracking the SPY, why not SPY puts instead of GME? Hmm. Because GME's directionality is more reliable than the SPY's. Just because they're tracking now doesn't mean they don't diverge. Also, GME tends to underperform and overperform the S&P. It has like a 1.99 beta. So it almost acts like a 2x ETF. You think they'll be able to bring the IV30 down to 100%? I mean, they already did. We hit like 102 the last couple days. You still patiently waiting to enter for OPEX? Yeah. Although that's interesting. Hmm. Nice little pressure. No, Jimmy's not lifting the market. The market's pushing Jimmy up, though. He knows he's the one that opened it. Why does everyone care so much about the August chain being open? I don't know. Check DMs. Secret August chain. Oh. We're fed tomorrow. Yeah. Bull trap? Maybe. With SLD tomorrow, wouldn't you expect more down then? Yeah, but we can still recover a little bit today. I keep saying this and I'll say it again. Seller exhaustion. Oversold, right? And in bear markets, that can lead to like short rallies. Can you read the price out again, please? So our friend didn't have to crash his car trying to message you. Okay, listen, go online, download your fucking brokerage app, and check the price yourself. I'm not your price narrator. Tell everyone to reread chapter 5 of TAFM. Oh, yeah. Technical analysis of the financial markets. Yeah, go reread chapter 5. Someone has a case of the Mondays. Later, Fluffy. What's your wheat position? I have October 10, 11, and $12 calls. I think I closed out the July as the last time it opened up like 3%. Do you know the price is open? Can you read out the August chain? I can't drive. Ask everyone to like the stream. I don't care if they do that or not. As our official price narrator, can you make announcements for like an auction house salesman? Sure, it'll be hell on your voice after an hour, but think how entertained I'll be. Yeah, I don't really care about that. I've been watching you since the beginning, and I just wanted to say I appreciate the information you put, and wanted to know if you knew the August chain was open. Jesus Christ! I think we're gonna fall back down pretty hard now. One of these days, my options will reappear. Baba go burr, Jimmy go plurp. I'm an options trader now, baby. All right. Currently hang gliding. I don't need any updates as I brought the Apple Watch, my Apple Watch to check the price. Nice. Kirk doesn't do it for the money, just the attention and friends. $1.5K Jan 1 puts bought. Why? Volatility basket hedge. IV bump. I do more than watch you. Thanks, Pindlebot, I guess. Has anyone mentioned to you that RC moved the August chain to October? You promised a sale. It hit 116. Did you not buy any? You'll have to wait. SEC charges Weiss asset management with short sell violations. Oh no. Been a lurker for a while. I know you have, Dwayne, the Long Johnson. Just came here to let you know that the August chain is open. 2 girls, 1 cup. Thank you so much, Dwayne the Long Johnson. Can you project the price into the sky like the bat signal? No. Does the August chain factor in what? Not as expensive and late to the party as October. Yeah, I prefer August over October. Same offset of theta decay, but without having to buy all that extra theta up front. I guess trying to release the bulls, let us run. The world voted, just saying. Thanks, Secure. Lovely mug. You definitely are the world's best grandpa. My girlfriend came over smelling like her husband. Should I be worried? I can't have my house smelling like poor. Just rub cash on everything. Play an ad for people who can't skip. Yes, I know the August chain is open. Thank you, Mr. Finch. Did anyone else see the hidden message in the GameStop tweet? No. No one did. Just you. Realizing after some time away from the markets that people still don't understand that we are largely dragged around by the SPY. I know. What's the borrow rate on the August chain? Do coins count as cash? Yes. Not for centing your house though. You need to use paper bills. I was just reading that Revlon is in the meme basket. Would that explain the space mission it's on post bankruptcy announcement? Big old covering. Yeah. I don't think it's in the basket, but yes. Dixie looking bullish. Is it? It's climbing. That's not like a good thing. It's because inflation is sky high. Express is part of the basket. You grab your Apple Wallet everywhere. Sure. I used my Ovaltine decoder and saw the hidden message. Also, Gurk, I triple dog dare you to try to figure it out. Nah, I don't care. Does it say that the August chain is open? I don't own that house yet. Not until what? August? Agreed. Dixie Bullish is not good. Yeah. What's exactly stopping the short hedge funds to reposition long like they did on AMC? Because that would drive our price up to like the 400s or worse. A long flip on GameStop would be insane. When did you live in Cali? I think you might be my dad, even though I'm older than you and I know my real dad. Happy early Father's Day, Daddy. Oh, God. That's going to be a thing. Thanks, Jade. He's currently in default. Are you going to put homeowner in your Tinder bio? Of course. Do you think RC moved earnings date to delay the August options chain till today? No. Are you going to sell the house right away if you own it? Yeah. It's the top of the market right now. I'm not going to miss that opportunity. He doesn't have keys, and I changed the locks. So I don't think he's gonna squat in it. Although I guess he could just like break a window. Check the quant chat. Are there exciting things happening? Did you know that? Oh, fuck off. God damn it. No, he hasn't lost the house yet. What's the whole dad thing about? I have no idea. Can you explain why Rev going bankrupt is causing it to moon? So confused. Short cover? Were, were you all setting us up for your OnlyFans release? Jesus Christ. You rent the house out to 5 of your listeners, and they need to each trade 5K to make rent while you endlessly shame them on stream. I'm so hard right now. Congratulations, Dr. Sharp. Is the delta on your loan? Jesus. 90% of the chat right now is just talking about the August chain being open. So this is the problem. At heart, you're all still a bunch of conspiracy theorists. I think it's terrible how we're all rooting for your friend to lose his house to you. It's not like you're going to let us stay in it. It's not his only house. Don't feel so bad. He has 3. Check DMs. The cat has news. You didn't DM me. Wait, J-Fresh, did you do it? You got banned from Super Stonk? You beautiful son of a bitch. Oh, I need to change the stream title. You weren't even posting there. Oh, is it because you posted the fucking, the DRS timeline again? You recommend a chain to secure my home that I'm currently in default on. What are my options? I think I can last till August before it's closed and taken by the bank. I don't know. Try to get some money and pay them back? Because he's a degenerate gambler. So when your friend loses his only house and you're fully moved in, then you'll open the August chain. If you do, I'll forgive you for walking out on my life, Dad. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm so proud of J-Fresh right now. You did it. You finally presented them with enough information that they banned you. Good job, J-Fresh. Long time watcher, first time GME options buyer coming up. Oh boy. Looking at July 15, 125, 150, 200. On dips to 113, 108, selling above GM. 125s are about $7 more, but I have $25 difference. Why? To me, that means 125s are a better deal. What am I missing? Okay, that didn't make sense. DM me on the Discord. Because I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Tell me what SLD stands for. Supplemental Liquidity Deposits, the NSCC. Tell that guy to stay away from options. Right? Carbon based. Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another.
Do you know when they announced the PPI data? They announced it at 8:30 a.m. this morning. How do I get access to the Discord? There's a link down below. The Discord's free to everybody, but there's like a paid part of it. But the main Discord's just open to everyone. So I got not to worry about getting foreclosed on. I had to go bankrupt after the crash of 2008. After I told Wells Fargo I was walking away from the house, it took them 4 years to initiate foreclosure proceedings. I'm fine now and have an 834 FICO score. Yeah, bankruptcy's the shit. Have you considered making non-GME related options how-to videos? Since you have a beautiful way of explaining things, it could open up your viewership. We have a channel for that. It's called School of Stock. He wasn't bashing DRS. He was providing supporting data. JFresh, unlike most of the people that roam Superstock, actually has DRS shares. Thank you, Carl. Warning about bankruptcy. Every loan app has a box you have to check that asks if you ever filed bankruptcy. Your credit score will recover, but that box will never go away. It's true. In 2008, my mom called the bank and told them it's 30% underwater and she was walking away and giving it back. They said no. She had to miss payments for 6 months and then call them back. Do you think about the student loan forgiveness and the potential ramifications? I don't think there's any ramifications. I had DRS shares till I watched this channel. I remember when I had DRS shares, but I recalled them back. I got banned from my local Applebee's. Same like Sun. Same like Acquaintance. Visceral Records Live. He was banned because he got involved in the drama of Lauer and with the same trolls and mods that did the hate piece on you. So they're just banning everybody for having an opinion now. I DM'd you the meme that got me banned. This is fucking awesome. Was it its own post? I mean, it had to be, right? Seems accurate. I'm gonna leave it up for a while. At least there's not a I lost grandma's house box on applications. Wait, where was the first part? In 2008, we just moved to a new place in the NorCal foothills. The bank told my dad not to pay so that they could refinance. When he did that, they put a foreclosure notice on the house. Luckily, we had put away money, wasn't paying, plus the negative equity amount, and paid it all the next day, which made the bank very, very sad. I mean, first off, awesome sticking it to the bank. Second of all, what a bunch of pieces of shit. That looks like a stream card right there. I agree. Super stock, same like Colt, starting to get there. I think most of the people on there don't participate and don't really give a shit. But I think the people that do actively participate are some of the worst people on the planet. That got him banned. I mean, they were just looking for an excuse, right? Getting banned from Superstock is a lot like getting banned from Applebee's. Everyone's okay eating the slop. So the minute you start bringing up how everything's microwaved, you get swarmed by bloated idiots. I mean, yeah, after Runic Glory, I kind of lost a lot of faith that Superstock would ever be anything like what, well, anything like what people thought it would be, right? Like, once you realize that the mods were just like white trash 40-year-old WoW players, it was kind of all downhill from there, right? Don't insult WoW players like that. Can someone explain to me what would happen if everyone decided to pull out of DRS today? GameStop's next earnings would be better. Excuse me, I feel attacked. I'm sorry. Am I an SS mod? You just described me to a T. Pi now realizing he has a lot of loser WoW players in his chat. Don't lump 40-year-olds into that group. But you have to admit, Little Caesar's pizza tastes 10 times better when you don't have a little bit in your earring telling you it's bad for you. What? I have no idea, Jettle. We don't have the fee schedule. The bank foreclosed on my grandma's house. I had to start a new career to help. And when we went to pay, they auctioned the house. I beat the buyer in a golf tournament and won the house back. Is that a real story? Do you realize that you described your entire viewer base? No. Jimmy, we're cooler than that here. The only MMO we play is NYSE. Wrestle my Jimmies, put their pickle in my jar. I'm tired of these motherfucking bears in this motherfucking chat. Also, Spybakes 370, I shall become Yogi, gayest of all bears. Cash me outside. How about that? Okay. Who's Boo Boo? Isn't that the plot of Happy Gilmore? I don't know. I can't stand Adam Sandler. Subway Cup, look at your previous investment decisions and then reconsider the one you're about to make. Joke's on you. I might be white trashing in my 40s, but I stopped playing WoW a couple years ago. There. That told you. Jimmy in the picnic basket. So the expected range of Jimmy before OPEX is the 95 to 110. I have no idea how far we're going to go down. It really depends on if they push or not. I haven't seen Uncut Gems. I don't think. Do you think Celsius will be liquidated? I don't care. I don't own any. Cup looks at previous investments, closes computer instantly. Definitely yeah, it's just it's just completely flat. It's a little volatile, I guess, but we don't seem to be leaving this range. The spy's starting to fall off again, though. Look, Jamie options will be the third options I bought. What I was saying is 715 125s cost $7 more than 150s, but are $25 less strikes, so higher change should be in the money. Obviously, I'm missing something. I'm buying at least... Hold on. I'm buying at least one GME option this time around. Okay, yeah, so 125s are more likely to go in the money. And they have a higher delta value, which is why they are more expensive. So they have more intrinsic value versus the 150s that are mostly extrinsic value. And yes, they will go in the money $25 sooner. If everyone went out and bought a new fluffy towel, would BBBY stop going down? Not necessarily. No problem, Corey. Too many people in chat. I do feel overwhelmed. Have we attracted more individuals? How? Don't worry, I'll say some offensive things later and then everyone will leave. Why no downs on this 2x ETF? Is the SPY moving down hard? Kept breaking down. Ooh, we're inversing it a little bit right here. No cuts, no butts, no coconuts. Members only chat. No, I'm not going to do that. Just be yourself. People will lose seen it. Is the password into the secret August chain nut meat? Yes. $125K FTDs due today. That's not a lot. Good morning, Shill. Good morning, fellow Shill. How you doing this morning, turd? Did you hear that JFresh got banned? He's a shill now, too. Man, you were right. I feel a weight lifted off of me with my ban, right? It's very freeing. Like, now you can say whatever you want without the stress of, like, being attacked by weirdos. Regarding the 617 put slide market wide and GME and BBY, can you elaborate on next week's action for GEX and put exercises? Must it be T plus 2? We just had price realization. Regarding the 617 put slide market wide and then GME and BBBY. Okay, that's. Can you elaborate on next week's action for GEX and put exercises? Oh, the puts on XRT aren't going to be exercised. They're going to be cash settled. They're not even in the money. Turdferg hasn't been banned by Super Stink. He's not actually a shill yet. Oh, interesting. I thought he was. I'll be offensive for you, Gurk. Fuck you, Super Stock Pores. Go back to sucking on Pulte's teat, you cultish ignoramuses. Thank you, Jean-Claude Van Damme. You misspoke. You will still be attacked by weirdos, but it will be weirdos you know here in this chat. Yeah, that's accurate. I sold my puts on a SPY. We drill into Earth's core, no problem. It's still a little early for Cat. Can you still make money on options if they don't go in the money? Yes, because their extrinsic value can increase. I got banned from RSS last year for answering simple questions about options. Can I be a shill too? Sure. No problem, Daniel Lesage. People don't like to be wrong, so they attack you for telling them they are. GME MACD, rule of two death crosses before every GME VUP. Looks like it's holding true. MACD daily double death cross. Let's fucking go. I think BBY ticker is broken. Someone needs to top up the green ink. Your precious super strong front page is full of as many purple holes as your logic. I got banned for no reason and with no explanation from the Super Stonk Discord, if that counts. It does. That's sufficient. They ban options because if they publicize options, the hedgies can work around them. False. Just got off the phone with Fidelity. Ray Cashless Xer says it's not offered on publicly traded calls unless specified by the company itself. It's not offered unless you have margin, Jake. Guy put their pickle in my jar. Hey, super shit pours. There's a very simple way to DRS your shares and not charge GameStop any fees. Just relax your boofer and stick them way up there. You can use lube or spit to make it slide up there easier. Thank you, BMG. Everyone's getting a little calm down a little bit. I know you're upset that they banned JFresh, Interstellar Fairy Cat, but no. I was gonna say we're better than that, but why? Is there more downside potential on the SPY this week? Yeah. Hey, super shit pours. Wait. His Nesquik's thing not showing up. Fiscal stupidity. Weird. Those super stock hate watchers. Shilly. Go hit jerk on your purple buttholes. Well put. How long can VIX stay this elevated before a correction event? That's a good question. Yeah, VIX is still quite high. Yeah, JFresh got banned. Extent of the info I offered on options that got me banned was literally they're a powerful way to make and lose money Take profit quickly and often. It's like they wanted to fuck people. That's possible. Or put same like shares. It's fortunately computer shares so willing to hand out purple holes for you all. Once they take all your money and fees, it's the only hole y'all are gonna see for a long time. Why did JFresh get banned? Oh, because he posted a meme about Pulte and Lauer. What's up, Dan Almighty? What is the expected OPEX run? Does it start on the 23rd? Are you thinking of buying calls for 8th of July? Gives enough time to maybe roll them. No, not the 8th. There are no calls for the 8th of July, are there? Yeah, no. I'd probably buy for the 15th because the liquidity will be better at the monthly strike. Good thing my Reddit username is Jean-Claude Van Damme. Anyone checked up on what moves Pelosi's making in this market? That's the best market identification. I mean, you don't hear about them until like months afterwards, though, right? So many fucking relief rallies. Jesus. Shorts lost control. We're above gamma neutral. We were below it at market open. I like all the Supersonic hate watchers to know I captured 6 gains yesterday on my GME puts, and there's nothing they can do about it. You think they're trying to shake calls? Maybe, but there's not a lot. Most of the calls got shaken out yesterday. I don't think we're seeing any life from longs at all. I think any price action on the stock is just them covering. I expected that initial burst of volatility with all the sold puts from yesterday. This is less expected. I still think we have like heightened FTDs, but it's hard to say. It does look like slow covering though. And given how strongly we're reacting to uptrends and like the SPY, it seems like pressure on CNS is still pretty high. I'm still holding on to that 119 put. Yeah. It's more than 119 put. It's down about 20%. It's not that big of a deal. Healthcare, energy, infrastructure. Government is going to eventually have to get us out of a potential recession. And that's the stuff government spend money on. Yeah. Don't worry. I'll be positioning in Caterpillar turd. I don't know about healthcare. Retail generally does well in recessions. Flipped a positive delta around 10 a.m. Lots of puts sold off too. 22k positive delta, so not strong, but flip nonetheless. They start pre-hedging OPEX tomorrow. Yeah. Do you think Jimmy will go around 1,000 within a year? No. Having out of the money puts on Jimmy, same like hemorrhoids. VIX is down 3.75%, while SPY is flat. Sure looks like you called that flat day today into FOMC. Yeah, I think it all hinges on what the Fed says tomorrow, honestly. Not really flat, but it's very choppy. We retested the low from yesterday. Well, we pushed a little bit lower. This looks bullish. I want to close that. God, everything could just tank tomorrow. Yeah, maybe I'll close these out and reopen tomorrow. Hmm. If this fails. All right. It's going to fail then. So little confidence. No, they're not going to do a 1-point hike. Is there a play that you see that is an early GME pre-Jan 2021 run? No. BBBY has some similarities. What are you looking at when you say this looks bullish on the SPY? The bounce off the EMA 30 and the uptrend. It broke down. It failed. It tested the 60 and then failed. Why would they close puts before FOMC? I mean, who's they? Retail closed a lot of puts yesterday. I don't think institutions closed that many. Also, profits, right? We see the put closure with GN dropping. Well, no other once in a lifetime plays in your back pocket. It's ridiculous. Hey Greg, I'm looking for a stock that's currently trading at $1, but could hit 500 within 4 months. Any suggestions? I'm bewildered that BBY $5 leaps are 385. That's around $2.40 for 18 months of time. Yeah, they're very cheap. Nat gas down 17%. I don't know, I guess. Hmm. You mentioned there was a slim chance they could short us next week going into the 24th. Would it be feasible for them to roll their puts? Yeah, they could do that. Japan could absolutely start selling off treasuries. I think it's the cause of a lot of fear right now, actually. DNGN act as a support, or if we fall below a resistance, right? Yeah, they can. Is that another SPY retest fail? I think so. But this is still bullish until it breaks down. The lower high here. So we have a lower high. This indicates that it's more likely to break down. See. They short into the last minute before OPEX covering, close their puts, and explode Jamie upward. Yeah, they can do that. I have no idea why TDA is showing additional strikes. They all go to 680? That doesn't make sense. Hmm. For books on economics, God, there's so many. I don't think there's one book for that covers all market mechanics and economics. There's very few books that dive into market mechanics at all. Mostly academic papers. And you need to be really specific about what you're searching for. As far as economics, I don't know. I'd have to think of it. If they put 0.75 continuous tomorrow, is that it for the market? Could be, yeah. I think they'll still leave the uncertainty. I don't think they're just going to flat out state 0.75 hikes for X period of time. Hey, Trina. Is there a pretty decent chance that this bottom, but because of the likely FOMC meeting resulting in more market dump, plus a large put position below us, we're expecting more downs to Vega neutral? I still expect us to move down more before OPEX. I don't know if they'll get it to Vega neutral. They'll try. Or they won't try. Which seems to be a lot of the last 2 weeks, is them not really doing a lot to get those calls in the money. But that's the most advantageous point for them to start the next run from. Finally listened to cover my risk this morning, holding the rest of my 140Ps from our profits this week, unless they get stopped out. Thanks for leading us horses to water. No problem, Mr. Bear Pendant. You think they'll drop Jamie into the mid end day? I think it'll depend on what happens with the market, which I expect to largely chop today. Got myself banned from Super Smooth for reposting JFresh's meme. Worth it. Nice. At what point does lower price outweigh IV on GME pre-OPEX run? I mean, sub 120 is a very advantageous place to get in. That depends on how much we run, right? I need a stock that acts like a honey badger in a bleeding market on a discount that will increase an average of 1,000%. Look up IBM. Next lower resistance for Visa. It's approaching it's going to be approaching its previous low right now. Like right here at 190 has been very, very strong resistance in the past. It's only slipped once in the last few months. This is usually where I buy like 200 and 195 calls. Hooked on Ecophonics. Do you think we'll see 100 before the next run? I hope so. A drop to 100 is a very, very nice entry. No, I'm not going to read out the strikes on the options chain for those of you that are driving. Vega neutral's at 68. We haven't even hit 1 million volume yet. They're fucking so illiquid. 40, what was that, 48 cents at the bid ask? They've historically been very good at getting the price down fast. Yeah, if they need to. What advantage do you think they have from not trying to push GME down before OPEX? I mean, I think they're still extremely overloaded with obligations. So it's not ideal for them to compound that even further, right? No, I will not, Trina. Can you read out the strikes for those of us that are trying to fall asleep? Bruce likes IBM? Interesting. They got a shitload of cash. Target trading at September 2020 levels. How much more room to the downside do you see? Not a lot. I think Target will recover well. They also have like a fairly decent yield on their dividend. Long live the bagel. Hey, I'm driving. Can you please list off all of Moonwind's bad trades, failures, and shortcomings? All right. Look at Rev's enterprise value versus market cap. This could easily skyrocket to 50. No. They're going bankrupt. What's the worst place to have a mosquito bite? On your ear. People here give money for this channel. Some people do, yeah. Is it possible opening August options is causing us to trade higher today? It could be a little bit. Is there a lot of interest picking up in the August options chain? One second. Let me look. Bought calls, sold puts. No. Lots of like June 17, July 1st, and June 24th options. Nothing really significant for August yet. If FTDs only generate volume, but not necessarily positive price action, then why are today's FTDs supporting today's price movement up? Shouldn't they be causing downward pressure? No, they don't necessarily cause downward pressure. They just create volatility. What do you want to bet? Most people who have been complaining about the August chain not opening will buy July's anyway. The FOMC presser? Yeah, I think it's at 2:30, but the minutes are released at 2 p.m. I bet your BBY is set up like GME in 2021 in some aspects. What similarities? The massive amount of out of the money call OI is pretty significant. The way it's being suppressed with like large blankets of near the money puts. But mostly the huge call imbalance after like $10. Options are really cheap on it, right? Because they're being priced like the price of like the stock is going to drop. And so people are buying very far dated near and out of the money options in large quantities. Your mention about Japan is super interesting. It could give the Fed pause for thought in hiking rates because the Fed will have to buy those treasuries back from Japan and loosen fiscal policy. Maybe. FOMC's tomorrow. It impacts SPY options differently than other equities. No, it doesn't get treated differently. You just have much shorter expiration periods. I resent that person saying we're going to buy into July's. We fully plan to YOLO into June weeklies. Oh boy. Useless market not even dragging us down. I mean, the market's not even down that much. It's only down 0.44. Turdford reposted JFresh's meme on his Twitter. That's awesome. Good job, Turd. Is The Intelligent Investor one of the books you suggested? Yeah. And securities analysis. Why can't we get add the monies for 1 month out for $10 a piece, like before March OPEX, please? Price is still too high. It's only down 0.4 so far. True. I already posted it earlier, Jose. AMD dead? I mean, falling. What's it trading at? 86? At what price is Tesla a good buy? Also, is it also that possible 3-for-1 split coming? Thanks. I mean, there's an argument that Tesla's very cheap right now. I don't think they can continue to sustain the market cap they currently have moving into a recession. Options is a strategic investment is the last one. Can you please explain your position on Lauer? I'm confused as to what he's done wrong because all I've seen is a guy to try to fight for retail. What am I missing? Nothing. That's it. That has nothing to do with my position on Lauer. It's a bunch of people that tried to like cast him in a negative light and call him a shill and tried to tie Irvin into like Irvin Finance in with Citadel. And they looked up the wrong Irvin Finance and did all their research based off the wrong company. Yeah, I think we could break out. Which is very odd. So the SPY broke down. Now it's bouncing again on 273. This doesn't look bullish though. GameStop's just not backtracking at all. Are you holding your puts? Yeah. Seen us being a little stressed out today? I think so. Low liquidity, right? We're not really getting any volume though, so I don't have a lot of confidence in it. Fuck your puts. I don't know. They made me plenty of money yesterday. Fuck your calls. I mean, with today's price action, kind of fuck all options, right? Like, none of this is very fucking impressive. We've traded 1 million volume at 11:30. Do you buy IV plays for OPEX last? First, usually. Fuck your puts and calls. Yeah. CCs are working out pretty well. Nice. Did you sell them when we were at like 150? The urban finance debacle reminds me of when RSS did not realize that BCG meant Boston Consulting Group and not Bain Capital. But don't worry, the Bain Capital DD got upvoted like crazy. Right now I'm 50% cash and 50% bag holding at 247.33. That's your cost basis? Jesus fucking Christ, man. An entire year you didn't average down once? I think I have one of those. I just don't use it. Bob B. Dude, average down. We were at 80. That is him averaging down. He started at 400. How are FTDs looking for tomorrow? My puts don't like the action here. FTDs for tomorrow, still low. The days we're drawing from are like 1.3, 1.7 million volume days. So FTDs should be lower, right? But I suspect because the borrow rate was rising at the time that there were more failed trades. And that's why we're seeing so much CNS pressure. Okay, DC. FTDs that we are drawing from are the C plus 30. No, it's T plus 6 plus 35C plus 3 and T plus 2 plus 35C. What are your target Vega ranges for IV plays? I don't really have a target Vega range. How are we looking for tomorrow if the Fed goes through with the 0.5 hike as expected? I mean, probably fine, or we'll see more downside. I think they'll have a hard time pushing forward through, or pushing forward the 0.5 hike and not moving up to 0.75. The expectation, based on the things they've said, is that they will move up to 0.75. They're already behind on rate increases. We should be higher. Your interview with Houston Wade has still stuck with me. Your honesty about where you were at with Jamie and the idea of giving up was what made me trust you. Love you. Thank you, Heath Dill. XRT ups, maybe it means somebody's creating shares. It's possible. We saw a lot of shares returned this morning. It's interesting because our borrow rate's still so high, right, Torque? So, and ideally, before we run again, they want to lower that rate. I mean, the run will help free up some liquidity and help them drop the rate again, but it's really high moving into a potential run. And it's not dropping as rapidly as we would expect it to, given the price action of May OPEX. That is absolutely doing 0.75 tomorrow. The bond market gave them no options. I kind of agree. Did you see that massive sell-off last night, Segan? Yeah. We don't need to MOASS for them to clear the borrow rate. Yield curve double inversion. Things are fine. Shh. Transitory. On iBorrow, the borrow rate has been coming down fast enough. No, it's still at like 30% though, 25%. It's coming down, but I mean, we could start June OPEX at 15, 20% borrow rate. What do they use to control the price at that point, especially if they're clearing out XRT? You have to think of like the position that puts them in liquidity wise, at least for a few days. But that's all you need, right? Is a few days. There's no question that there's a liquidity issue on GameStop right now. Positionally, for them, positionally. Is there a way to buy puts on bonds or even an options market for the bond market? I can't see it on Fidelity. There's ETFs that track various bonds, like treasuries and corporate bonds. At what point, what would you need to see to personally declare MOASS dead? Large amounts of liquidity provided to the stock. Share offering 5-6 months after a big split. How is price calculated? Where is that happening? What do you mean, how is price calculated? It's calculated off the NBBO. How do bond ETFs maintain NAV, though? I can't figure that out. That's a good question. I guess they would just hold the underlying bonds that they track. That would make most sense, right? Are all ETFs rebalanced at the same time? No, but lots of them are. Are bonds popular amongst retail investors? Absolutely not. It's been crazy 24 hours. Storm hit us really bad last night. Powers went out at the office, so everyone went home. Did I miss anything major? Not really. We're up a little bit today. When RC announced second Bobby buy? I think if we break up here, I'm going to close these puts. Reopen at the high. Other than Jimmy, what's another good stock to buy CCs and CSP on? I mean, something that you want to own generally. And you're selling CCs, not buying. Just tuned in. I got some 617, 120 puts and 115 puts. Do you think we're going to see more downside to below 110 in the next 2 days? My puts don't like this price action. I mean, nobody's puts like this price action. I think the biggest problem here is we're chopping, but when we're seeing active funds sell off in GME, there's a buyer, right? So we're not dropping on the downside of the market. Someone's trying to get those shares. Bond and energy ETFs, I believe, are based off their pricing in the futures market. Oh, okay. Any theory on why they are not dropping the price? Yeah, I just said it. No, I buy my CCs back for a loss every time. How far out do you normally sell? Usually sell CSVs. Not very long, like weeklies. According to the indicator, bond ETFs have the worst liquidity. I sent a couple of their charts to you yesterday if you want to check them out. Really interesting stuff. Huh. I mean, I'd expect they don't have a lot of shares outstanding, right? So, final day to cover for OPEX would be the 24th. Holding past that would be risky, correct? Yeah. Jimmy's doing pretty good today. 3%. How's BBBY doing? AMC up 1%. Snap 2. This is also up 3%. BBY just fucking flat. Ooh. GDS also climbing. Interesting. Is the put OI dropping? Hold on. It's kind of a weird day. Put and so bought puts and sold puts are about equal. Bought calls and sold calls are about equal. We had a big spike earlier in positive delta. Like we hit like 84,000. But now it's down to 5,000. So the positive delta is falling off. Like the confidence in this price increase is dropping. The other really interesting thing about today is our options delta volume is only like 62%, which adds a little bit of credibility to that idea that someone's buying the sell-off from those active funds. Someone's trying to get shares, like actual shares. They're buying shares. 40% volume is higher than we've seen in weeks. Could this not be them slowly covering June OPEX early? It could be, but I wouldn't say a 3% move is enough to confirm that. Also, too early, right? They can't cover it this soon because they don't know what the imbalance is going to be until Friday. So many puts under 80 expiring today. On what? This week. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a lot. I didn't buy for June OPEX yet. More shares getting returned on IBKR. I think they're trying to return shares. They can't cover early, they can hedge. Right? So they can make sure that they're hedged in advance, like they did in November. It's not so much covering early. No volume, yes. So even if they're covering it, yeah, it's a relatively small number of shares. This is the laziest MOASS of all time. OPEX is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. Yeah. Well, we know a few of the ways they can fuck with us, and we're watching for those, but I'm sure they can think of new ones. Aren't we supposed to go down? No, not necessarily. I expected today to be mostly flat, but we have some buy pressure. So we're pushing up a little bit. I don't know if it's going to stay sustained. They are returning shares. And a decent chunk of our volume is buy volume. Like 40%, which is, you know, about 30% higher than it normally is. Do you still think it's possible we get under 100 before June OPEX? I think the chance of getting under 100 is slim, but it's possible. I mean, the way the puts are positioned, the opportunity is still there. If the market drops hard on the Fed announcements tomorrow, we will likely drop hard as well, like we did yesterday. Do you think there's still opportunity for entering some puts, or is it better to leave them and just focus on entering OPEX? My only problem with entering OPEX right now is the price is a little high. Otherwise, they'd be buying in. Also, IV's bleeding off, so I'm kind of waiting for that as well. IV spiked pretty hard yesterday. Can we break below 115 today if this pressure fades? Yeah. I don't think a move to the downside would take very long. We're just as volatile in both directions, especially if we get volume to the downside. Great analysis, thanks, man. No problem. In terms of obligations, does one XRT put equal 100 GME shares? Not exactly. It equals 100 created shares, more than likely. Can we somehow quantify their obligations in terms of buy volume? No. Because we don't know what percentage of it is GME. We know a higher percentage of it is GME. But that could also just be that GME reacts more strongly to the buy pressure than other stocks. Do you think this Tesla run-up is sustainable? I don't see why not. Do you recall what puts looked like in November? Were they similarly set up? No. They didn't start buying out of the money puts in November until Friday the 19th. So they were set up to smash the price down going into the OPEX week. How fucked are they if 117 was the floor for this OPEX run? I mean, not super fucked. You know, we used to have a floor in like the 140s. GDS doing a little thing. I wonder if they're just trying to return shares right now. I mean, that's what it seems like. Like XRT is kind of trading flat, even though the SPY is still slightly down. Nordstrom's is up 4%. Like a lot of the basket is up today. Even BBBY is up like 1%, right? And the volume we're seeing today is a massive drop off. Like we just hit 1 million volume not that long ago. Were PPI numbers good? No. Up. Up, but I mean within expectation. So while not positive, nothing in excess of what was priced in. It would make sense to reduce shorts before OPEX, considering how bad most hedge funds' margin situation must be with the past 4 trading days news. I think short hedge funds are killing it right now in the market. What would your thoughts be between $3,000 worth of shares for GME or BBBY to provide a higher return given expectations for these next few weeks? I don't know if I have any expectations of BBBY's OPEX. We'll see what happens. I don't think that the current put wall is sufficient to suppress the price, but it could be, and they could add to it. I have far more confidence in a run in GameStop. How are these dates affected with the market being closed Monday? They get an additional 2 days, essentially. So they get T plus 4 from Friday. So, well, T plus 3-ish. They have until the 24th at market open to place the orders for OPEX covering. If net delta is rapidly dropping to negative numbers while Jimmy is rising right now, does that mean short calls and long puts are being opened? Or long calls and short puts are being closed? They're all actually about even. Sold puts and bought puts are delta values about the same, as are sold calls and bought calls. I wouldn't say any contract is significantly ahead of the pack in that regard. We had another little spike in positive delta at 1125, which is now also declining, and it's a much lower spike than our earlier one. Sold puts currently leading the pack at 145,000. net delta, like positive delta. But bought puts and sold calls are both about equal at 136, 134 positive delta. And then bought calls also at 134,000. So really, sold puts are driving most of the positive delta, but barely, right? Like the other ones are still pretty much just in line as well. So they're a little bit ahead, but only by like 10,000 delta. Entropy swaps coming in, 950 put sold. Or those drop the price. Looks like retail sold out of their puts. Institutions have loaded, according to data on Market Chameleon. Yeah, I think it tracks retail by like quantity of the order. But yeah, I would say that's correct. Although the retail on balance delta appears to be call put trades, mostly negative. So it mostly looks like retail selling calls and buying puts, like small retail. June 22nd, 134 puts. Sold? Look at time and sales by exchange here. Any big orders today? Hold on. Yeah, it kind of just looks like retail selling a bunch of their puts off. Because they're afraid of the price climbing a couple dollars. I don't see large amounts of puts being sold. Nothing that would be indicative of like an institutional move. Looks like retail's like selling puts and buying calls, but the numbers are still very low. You can look on Shift Search, hell easy, or get Market Chameleon. I can't share Market Chameleon on the stream. If you check open interest on Market Chameleon, it looks like tons of puts open for Friday. Yeah, that looks institutional. I'm not buying any puts today, but I'm not selling any either. Actually, if you look market wide, it still looks like, you know, we're seeing a lot of short side accumulation everywhere. So I think we're seeing some relief from the drop yesterday, as shorts reposition for even more downside move. Like, I don't think the expectations for the Fed meeting are very bullish. They're doing this purposely. Look at Feb 8th, March 3rd. They're doing the same thing where they bleed IV, scare everyone out, and then they will have a furious hammer down before end of week. They've done this before. You can tell by the, like, first of all, you can tell because there's so little delta volume comparatively. If you look at all our trading days for the last 2 weeks, our delta volume intraday is like 90%. Right now it's in the 60s. VIX is still really high. Should 75 BP increase already be priced in? Sure, but what about forward 75 increases? If they raise their projections to 75 moving out, if retail jumped into long positions right now, they would be fucked. I mean, they are. Retail is jumping into long positions right now. Isn't delta of 0.52 for October 21, 145C is really high? It's higher. Across the board, the opinion is 0.75 increase tomorrow, plus moving forward. Yeah, that might be the opinion, but the market has not priced in forward increases of 0.75. They've priced in an increase of 0.75 for July, maybe. Why wouldn't a heavily favored open interest to the downside not necessarily mean it would actually go down? I mean, because they're out of the money. So they're not applying a lot of pressure to the price of the stock. If the price of the stock were to fall into that range and the delta on those puts were to rise, that would cause additional shorting, which would drive those puts even further into the money. I tried to explain this to people before, sort of think of it like those Hot Wheels things with the that spin and you push the car through and it shoots the car out the other side. So if the price falls into that range, it'll kind of shoot it down even further. As the gamma expands to the downside, the price action will accelerate down with it. The negative effect of 0.75 moving forward is not being accounted for. Oh, okay, yeah. That's kind of what I think too. What's your take on where the SPY is going? And what are the current resistance levels? We're building up a little resistance that's kind of new in this like 173 range. We saw a test of it yesterday as well. So that's three tests of that 173 price point. I mean, I think the SPY is mostly going to chop today. There's bigger resistance down here at 366.86, but right now we're holding pretty strong, like kind of where I picked out the resistance yesterday here at 374. It's still below 380 though, which is not a positive. And I think we're mostly like I still think the SPY is mostly going to chop through tomorrow. Straddle on the SPY before FOMC minutes, favoring the downside. You could. They can be very profitable, but they're difficult to execute. Be warned. How can I short crypto? Some exchanges have it. I think FTX has puts that you can buy on crypto. Do you think the VIX will spike more tomorrow? I mean, the VIX is just staying elevated. It could. I think crypto still has quite a ways it can go down. Neo ripping. Why though? That's odd. Interesting. Hmm. Neo's picking up a lot of correlation with the basket too, isn't it? Especially this year. It didn't used to be so strong, but it moved up hard for March and May OPEX. I think Neo used to be offset. Yeah, see, like it ran really hard in October. It ran really hard in May of last year. It's curious. Maybe they're just trying to hedge it down a bit. At what point do you think retail 401k holders start FOMOing into money markets, bonds, causing a flash crash of the market? I mean, I don't know if that's going to cause a flash crash. I'd be much more worried about institutions dropping positions. I think the market's priced in a 75 rate hike, but I don't think it's priced in forward 75 rate hikes. I feel like trading Tesla is bad for my heart. Nobody is buying bonds. You get corporate bonds. 50k shares, more shares returned. What do you think about Dr. Gingerballs getting banned? Same like Evergrande collapse? No, I think it's even worse. Redfin laying off 8% of their staff effective today. Huh. What does returning shares indicate again? That they have increased liquidity and thus more control of the price. ETF rebalance drives a lot of volume due to resetting NAV, right? But will there be a more pronounced sell-off this time around because of the drastic drop in the market? There could be, yeah. I mean, everything's lower, so they don't need to carry as much weight. Do you care about Disney at all? It's tanked, but I think it's a good long-term buy at this price. Uh, with what? The expectation that like theme park revenue will pick up into the summer? It could. They have a nice dividend, right? And I guess there's worse things to buy cheap. I don't think we're anywhere near the bottom of this market, though. I think there's quite a lot of room to move down. I think the slide is starting. Yeah, I think they're well, not so much that the slide is starting, but I think they're kind of giving up on their they're covering a bit here. So whatever shares they were buying back, it looks like they've mostly stopped. Back down to VWAP. Then they can cover in that range again. We look out on the 15-minute. This range was pretty popular before our big moves up. Trading a lot of volume here. We traded kind of a lot of volume in this range the end of May, too. Or the beginning of May, rather. I think this is the range we traded in Feb. Well, close. A little lower. But, yeah. If I think they want to cover in... They want to cover shorts in the high range between 130... like 126.70 and 118. And then we go out to the 1 hour. Like, I mean, almost all of February's covering was in this range before March OPEX. I would say this is a little better than Feb. I mean, it was because May OPEX ran us up a lot higher. But a lot of volume traded in this range, so. What exactly you're saying? They can start covering this week? I mean, they can. They can try to return shares this week. The whole point of OPEX is to get that liquidity back so they can short again. It's more so their IP, I guess. But they kind of, it's not like they make like a lot of external money off of their IPs, right? All of the money they make off their IP is from their theme parks, their streaming service. Cruise lines, which are fucked right now. Merchandise. Yeah, but lots of that merchandise sold at their theme parks. I mean, there's no question that Disney makes shitloads of money. The question is, are they going to make as much money as they were? I usually tell people to read Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets as a good starting point. Michael Triana? Have people stopped going to Disney? I think their theme park attendance is way down still. I mean, there's still COVID. I rolled my 105Ps into 120p to try to recoup some losses on them. Good strat, or am I just chasing downward hopium? I think it's a solid strat. I think whatever shares they were trying to get back, or if they're trying to get liquidity, right? This is a good range for them to do it in. You know, we're seeing them buying, we see shares returned, and then, immediately upon the upper test, we see the price drop, right? Like, this is extremely range bound. This is manipulated, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, if Jimmy wasn't this illiquid, we'd have no fucking clue. But, because it is illiquid, we can go like look at the SPY, and the SPY is trending down. GME is trending up. And this deviation, because GME on a normal day should be down more than the SPY. It has a 1.99 beta now. Obviously this changes day to day, but it's heavily influenced by the market, right? Which means if the market's down, someone is selling, right? Because active funds are going to sell into the dropping index. So if the price is rising on volume being sold, someone's buying in greater quantity. Greater quantities than what is being sold, right? There's only a few people that buy that much GameStop. And then we see shares returned, which adds more confirmation to what we're seeing. What do we see shares returns on market community? We don't, but you can check the individual brokers. IBKR just had shares returned. Fidelity, I'm not seeing a ton. IBKR is at 200,000 shares now. Go to the SPY. Ooh, SPY's fallen off a bit. This is the low, right? This is a new low. Yeah, this is a new low. That's gonna run right into some puts. I'd positioned just above like where the institutional puts were at 372. See if this bounces again. It's been bouncing off of this, but it's weaker each time, right? Like if we go back on the 5-minute. Like we tested here, bounced up, tested again. Much smaller range of movement, right? And then test even lower. And this looks like it's gonna decline more. There's just no buy pressure. Like the buy pressure supporting these bounces is bleeding off. Even if you get rid of the after hours, right? And you don't really count that. Like look at it just slowly bleeding down. This was the last like big surge of buy pressure. It's not confidence inducing. How's Jimmy look on the same scale? See, Jamie has like a little more buy pressure. This was our low, and then we've been moving up. It's interesting. This is still bearish, though. Give it to me straight, Cap. Once they get their liquidity, what happens? Please don't say they slaughter us. If they have time, they slaughter us. Only a few days left till June OPEX. I know, it's crunch time. Macro's pumping a red box squeeze. I told everybody not to touch that thing. It's too risky. Like everyone keeps calling out that they have a float of like 2 million shares. And if you divide the market cap by the trading price, they have like a 60 million share float, which they have an open agreement to release shares at any time. It's not going to squeeze. If SPY rallies into and through OPEX this Friday, they may not be able to slaughter us much. That's true. If the SPY bounces back, it's going to be a problem for them. Especially with their like weak hold on delta neutral. I mean, or gamma neutral. They already lost control of gamma neutral like first thing this morning with the put sell off. Yeah, there is dilution. That's not correct. Getting free in and out today at work instead of a comparable raise to inflation? Bearish? The pores are endless entertainment. You clearly explain something. They follow with questions you just answered. You say, hey, they have $1 billion worth of puts. Translation, every uptick is MOASS. Yeah. I think the rest of the day we start to see declining price. I think we apexed on their covering. And so now we'll see. I think we'll try to see them get it back in the low range. Yeah. So I was gonna say we're gonna see lower highs. How high do you think we can go this OPEX? I think right now Gamma Maximum is very high. Retail has a lot of out of the money calls, so Gamma Maximum right now higher than it was when we went into March. Gamma Maximum can move up, obviously. You exit your puts? No. I'm still holding them. They're closing some FTDs, which will give liquidity. No, I think they're buying stock, which will give liquidity. I don't think this has anything to do with FTDs. Based on the amount of delta volume versus trade volume. They can drop us hard into Friday with no SPX up rally. Yeah. I think they'll I mean they're almost at 200,000 shares on IBKR, and with this low a volume, we know the kind of damage that can do, right? We've been here before. This isn't something we haven't seen. Sometimes I think you're manipulating the price by calling out everything before it happens. No, that's not. Gamma Max is 169. It's literally written on the screen. Right there. See it? We've surpassed Gamma Max on every run, I think, except May. Like the May OPEX run we just had. We always surpass Gamma Max because what happens, so you have Gamma Maximum, right? And it's like floating along here. And then OPEX begins and the price starts to climb. And then retail buys out of the money calls. And institutions buy out of the money calls, which raises Gamma Maximum. And so the price will continue to climb. And then Gamma Maximum will climb up with it. And then eventually it'll cap. Usually when calls get too expensive. And then we'll push through briefly on the volatility. And then once we hit the downside, we just fall off like a rock. This is basically every run on GameStop. That exact thing has gone down. Don't check DMs. Well, now I'm definitely going to check them. Oh. Oh, Moon. I mean, I'm not going to tell the stream, but I'm telling DFE. Why do you think they didn't place an entropy swap for May OPEX? Not enough obligations? No opportunity to enter one? There's a few reasons that they may not have had one in place. We didn't cross Gamma Max either. But it makes sense that someone is buying shares to lend for shorting Since last week, shortable shares almost ran out, so profitable for lenders to buy shares now. Possible. Especially with the borrow rate where it is. What's the name of the tool you're using? Which one? For writing on the screen? It's called Epic Pen. Hey Gurk, first time Persian here. Why did RC decide to open the August chain so late? Was it to help out with the planned 41-7 reverse stock split via NFT dividend? I don't think so, Dork. The spy 5-minute in a descending triangle. Spy 5 minutes dying. Did Super Stonk ban DFE? No, they only ban people that post information there. Where can I check Gamma Max? It's literally on my screen. It's right there. He's memeing? I did nothing. Uh-huh. Excuse me? I was told there would be a MOASS. You see us breaking the $200 mark for OPEX? We could. Especially if we take off from this floor. We're high enough. Please clip they only ban people who post information on there. It's too long ago. You clip it. That's what the little clippy tool is for. I know you have it. Anderson Snooper moans when he farts. Oh, so true. I got a super song the second they started about talking about the Wu-Tang Clan. Interesting. Why was that the first signal of conspiracy to you? I think a lot of folks will sell in the next run up. If it's been a long ride, if it goes to 200, 250, sure. Don't worry. They'll come back in at the bottom. They always do. Let me tell you something. People have been selling this entire fucking time. Okay? I don't care what they say in public or, when they're fucking jerking each other off on their subreddit. All of those motherfuckers have sold on every goddamn run. None of them are true diamond hands. Why do you think on our biggest down day in December, computer share went down? It's because they were holding so tight, right? No. I haven't sold shit. I have enough shares to just sell cover calls. Yeah, no sell, no sell. I've never sold a GME share either, but people have. Lots of them. No dicks, no pics. Stephen Gurgle, I sold. It's okay. There's many like you that don't admit it. I haven't sold a share, and that's why I'm still poor. I know. Hodl, hodl, hodl. Yeah. Support the floor for me so I can sell early. I tried to sell, but I was locked out of computer share. Oh, poor turd. I haven't sold a single share of AMC. I'm patiently waiting on that gold mine dividend. Jesus Christ. I had a quarter of my shares stolen by some options executioner. I'm not salty at all. Just the truth. I don't know why everyone feels the need to lie to everyone on the internet. There's people who didn't, but there's people who definitely did. Too much liquidity unlocked during OPEC's runs for them not to have sold. It's in the, like, the evidence is in the data. Do we know what Gamma Max is for next week? No. We can assume that it will rise with OPEX. Call buying this week will lead to an increase in Gamma Max as well. Did Moonwind get assigned? Moonwind always gets assigned. You have no idea who did and who didn't. Just that people did. I'm not blaming anyone directly. I'm just saying people sold. Jurek is a shill. Jamie market cap will reach 500 trillion in 6 weeks, and DRS shares will become the new fiat. The National Bank of Computer Share will sell Jamie treasuries to finance the world. Mark my words. Noted, dork. You know the thing about trading sideways? If you turn the chart upside down, it looks exactly the same. Yeah. Yeah, this spy looks like it's going to try to break down. Well, or we're going to bounce. We did get a higher high here, or a higher low. Barely, but higher, right? I think if there's no buy pressure on this though, it's going to fall below support. I guess I should place a support here now. Like, we have enough tests, right? Wait, does Gherk not believe in computer share? I just don't think it does anything. Liars, stop the FUD. I've only been assigned one time months ago. Oh, you're full of shit. You get assigned every week. You got assigned like 2 weeks ago. Why are you placing the support on the Wix? Because that's where that's where currently the only volume in that range. Can the SPY hit 360? The next big downside resistance is at 366. I timed the peak in March and June and bought my wife a ring. So am I part of the silver squeeze? Yeah. What happens if we're trading at $200-ish during OPEX and then GameStop unveils the marketplace or a split is announced? Do you still think they can take the price, or will FOMO be too strong? FOMO could be strong. No, that was me. That's because you sold $75 cover calls when we were trading at $90, Carl. In some ways, I wish that I didn't have so much of my GME position long term. It would remove all the fear of CC assignment and wasting long term cap gains on a couple $1,000s profit. Fair. I promise you, I only got assigned one time. I don't believe you. T plus 35 tomorrow for 124,000 FTDs. Anything? It's not a lot. Also, I don't think that's an accurate count, but or it's not the entirety of the FTDs due tomorrow. Don't FUD me. I'm the greatest trader of our generation. Okay, Melvin. Ugh. Yeah, the SPY doesn't look great, does it, Dork? How many shares on my Robinhood account do I need to buy to get this thing to rocket? Oh no, Paris. Did you get laid off? I did not sell, but I should have at 350 twice, 300 two times, 280 a few times, 250 about 5 times. I think everyone who's held through all of it can say that at this point. Yeah, probably. Thoughts on the NFT titties marketplace? Compelling. Although it could be really hard to ensure that you collect your royalties, right? Like if you get an NFT set of titties, do you then have to like go invade that person's personal life? And like if she shows them to her boyfriend, you got to be like, dude, you owe me some money. Like I don't know who's gonna manage that. If she's a stripper, you got to go around the club with like a little collection basket. It's like, no, sorry, I have an NFT on those. You owe me royalties. Is there anyone that doesn't know about the NFT marketplace? No. The short hedge funds ensured that with all their news articles back in January, right? Does it make more sense now why they did that? Sounds like pimping with more steps. Make it a smart contract with the royalties linked to the OnlyFans account they have. Ooh. That guy with the Philadelphia wife would just own the GME float by now. Yeah. Why do people treat the NFT marketplace like it's an ignition for the squeeze? Pure unadulterated hopium. Scam likely. Idaho. Oh, it's Craig. Craig, is it you? No, no, I don't. Wait, is this Craig? Craig? Don't hang up on me, Indian Craig. He hung up on me. What a dick. Apparently, I don't qualify for their tax refund program, that they only need my social security number to get started. It was Sanjeet? No, it wasn't. Sanjeet worked at a factory, not a call center. Get your shit straight. What's up, man? Sorry I'm no Sanjeet. Hope that dude's okay. Me too. It's not playing against your shares, Grandpa John. That's a shitty mindset. It's protecting the value in your shares. Spy under 370 today? It's trying. It's gonna push down. Oh, it broke. It already broke. 370, 260. Yeah, it just keeps sliding down a little bit. A little bit more. Not moving quick though, which I'm not a big fan of. DM, only one assignment. Did you buy back the 120s? I thought you said you were getting assigned on them. Stop sounding disappointed. Weren't options originally thought of as simply insurance on an equity position? Yeah, and now they drive the price of the underlying. Look how far we've come. Of the 10 ETFs I checked, XRT is the only one where the indicator isn't rising on the 1 hour time scale. What does that mean? XRT's current uptrend not supported? Huh. Headline on Market Watch: make 20% in a year. Buy stocks the day after the S&P 500 enters a bear market. Jesus Christ. Anything to prop it up while the big guys sell out, right? Don't wait for the bottom. Buy now. What if you miss it? They're always trying to prey on that like psychology in people. It's disgusting. Are they giving up on their put position? Not necessarily. And no, they don't need to push that much. It doesn't take that much for them to drop GME's price 10% in a day. IV's probably down about 20% today, though. It's been a while, and we have a bunch of new viewers. Why don't you give a refresher on the intraday inverse cup and shoulder pendant? Let's make some folks some money. Jesus Christ. You can't track the IV30 intraday. You have to get it after the closing bell. Still down 1% though for the intraday. That's because it's too erratic on the intraday, Stefan. It moves up and down too quickly. If the price is declining, it'll go down. If the price is going up, it'll go up. Jimmy chart today looks identical to Friday. Does it? It's identical to yesterday too, just not as much down. It's Groundhog Day. I mentioned Ivy's down probably 20%. It probably will be by the end of the day, yeah. Not 20, but that might be excessive, but maybe like 10. Who's Suska on his head? Jeff Yass. I'm calling him out. If he can drop the price to 100. Let's see him do it. Aloha, Greek. I hope your day is great. I have exactly 50 shares in Fidelity with a cost basis of 160. I'd really like to try to get to 100 for CCs, sell on OPEX, or wait for a split. I mean, you could wait for a low or wait for the split. Philly is not spicy at all today. Is it still a bear pennant? I don't know. We're rising up to like the same peak as the previous high. So if it gets rejected here, I think we're just gonna trade flat. Is the SPY coming up? Oh, a little bit, yeah. Suntile worth 200 million more than BBBY. Wasn't there supposed to be MOASS when the market was crashing? No. Well, I mean, people said that, but it didn't mean it was true. Is this producing the downward price action? No. People selling is producing the downward price action. Oh yeah, if my leaps go in the money on BBBY during OPEX, I'll absolutely sell them. Does SLD always usually cause negative price action across all stocks? Generally speaking, yes. There's been one exception to that, which was last October. Hoping to recoup this OPEX. Good luck to you, man. It doesn't stay the same throughout the day, Gurkle. But we also can't update it without new open interest. So you get the morning update and then it changes intraday. You're switching downward moves again today after CNS? Probably. SLD starts tomorrow. There is a market crash. Can it fuck OPEX? Possibly. We've never had a market crash in the middle of OPEX before. The best way to resolve that, Elena, is to ensure that before you sign your lease, that you note all the damage and record it on video, and demand that it be repaired before you move in. That way, you not only cannot be blamed for the damage, you can't be blamed for the damage getting worse where it has already occurred. And then you document everything again when you move out. I think they're still returning shares. It's just going to be a boring day. Definitely Kirk's BMG. Hold on. All right, Jeff asks, if you're such a rich man who thinks you can do what you want with stocks, drop GME sub 100, then you paper-handed bitch. I fucking dare you, dude. Don't say this last part, but I hope this works. I'm not trying to get assigned on CCs. uh, why is the basket off up to the? I mean, it looks like they're buying in the basket. I didn't say lenders are going to recall their shares. I said they can, which would be the only possible trigger for a squeeze during a crash. And I've also said that it's really unlikely they do that on GME because all of their shares are in ETFs. There aren't really any long institutions on GameStop. Most of the institutions that have ownership in it own it through ETFs, where they're very unlikely to sell, right? I thought you were going to make sure to say to make sure they don't intend on building a pool on your roof during your occupancy. Well, that too. I rent. Home ownership sucks. Getting November vibes? No, not yet. Maybe buying the basket so they can redeem ETF shares. That's possible. I mean, they're returning shares, quite a lot of shares today, right? I wouldn't be surprised if we see several returned overnight as well. So now I went full bear to praying for no market crash during OPEX. I'm going to pray hard as fuck. Good luck with that. Cat moving headquarters from Illinois to Texas. Interesting. They've been in Illinois forever. Now he's promoting renting over owning. Definitely not a BlackRock employee. Exactly. Renting's the best. I mean, like, if you have a problem or like something needs fixed, BlackRock, I mean, your landlord comes in and they'll like fix whatever's wrong. Sure, you don't end up with anything at the end, but who needs that? Let's test 123 about 17 times, right? The rally on the SPY is kind of sustained. These fucking relief rallies are so volatile. I feel like I should be trading them, but I don't want to. Isn't it pronounced Illinois from the French? Illinois. Exactly. Lack of buyers in the market means that the ask is more easily jumped on these rallies. A bit, yeah. Also, our spread's insane. Our spread's been like 40 to 60 cents all day. Thanks, wrestling ears. What does a higher spread indicate? Illiquidity? Yeah. Or an imbalance. I mean, it's driven by illiquidity, but the wider the spread can mean an imbalance between buy and sell side. And I don't want to just sit here all day and watch them like slow buy shares. How fucking boring. Can we stop going up now? Yeah. What's up, Steven? There is a cup and handle. Sure. It's not long enough, though. Almost. It's almost long enough. That would also definitely mean a move down to like 108. Will signing up for a membership get you to recognize my question, or will you just continue to overlook it? Probably not. To be honest with you, like, giving me money is not going to make me see your question. Tagging me properly in the question will likely get me to see your question. Which you did not do. There's a hyphen. Respect the hyphen. Being a modder member doesn't increase the chances at all. That's not true, Yaga. If someone holds shorts for a year and borrows when the rate is low, then a year later it spikes, they have to pay the higher rate? Yes. It's a variable rate, generally. Although they could have an agreement that locks it in. Can we go to Central Park and reenact the Aquarius scene in the movie Hair? No. That doesn't sound like something I would do. What was that in response to? A discussion regarding a potential cup and handle. Tagging Pi-Fi does not guarantee a response. Response rate is less than 5%. That's bullshit. Ko-Fi increases your chance of being seen by 741%. I miss a lot of those too. Does lower IV make the cost of options cheaper? Or does cheaper options lower IV? Lower IV makes the cost of options cheaper, and then increased interest in that strike raises the IV. I got my first non-retail job interview in an hour and a half. I'm nervous. I just want more money to buy more GMA. Fair enough, Anthony. Best of luck to you. Don't be nervous. Crush it. When PPI info coming out today? Is it after hours or within? PPI came out this morning. More like dinner plate and spork. Interesting. I opened the August chance you'd stop ignoring Gil. I barely comment and Gurkha's read multiple that I've posted. See? I want to freak people out. I'm just gonna hide the price action until it falls back into the range I expect it to trade in. Wait, hold on. This is gonna trigger MOASS. Watch. Just trust me. We're gonna move up to like 130. I don't like it. This is the most fun I've had all day. You see the volume going up, but you don't know which direction it's going. This is giving me anxiety. All right, all right, all right. How the fuck did you jokingly time that so perfectly? I'm good at stocks. Girk never reads my joke comments, only the ones I make in type. I make typos in. That's why I have to Ko-Fi. That makes sense. I'm just looking for typos. Those are the comments I prefer to read. Those are the people that need the help the most, right? Yeah. We missed it. It's over. Is that Gax? No, I think that was that rally on the SPY. This was probably Gax back here. Market makers don't like to sit around with an imbalance on their books. VWAP in the 5-minute has rejected SPY all day today. Bullish? I mean, not really, unless it crossed VWAP, which I definitely didn't. That's because the buy side pressure on fucking the SPY is garbage right now. Uh, 1269 is so exciting, right? I know it's 1269. Awful lot of dark pool orders though, right? For just a boring old day. That moment at 1:09 Eastern, June 14th, 2022, will forever be known as Gurk-ass. He ascended to the heavens and took faith and the call holders with him. That was fun. That was fun for me. Lol at all the new members in here talking shit on puts. Okay, Johnny, 3 shares. Check back end of week. Wait, who's talking shit on puts? Not too long ago, you were talking about OPEX. You mentioned something about options in the range of 0.3 to 1.4 delta. I was just wondering if you could elaborate on that. Thanks in advance. I experienced the highest profitability on options between 0.3 and 0.15 delta. 0.2. When buying for OPEX runs. These are generally like the concentration of my position. These aren't the most profitable options in the chain, but this is generally where most of my position is concentrated, with some strikes at the money and some out of the money, right? But the majority of my options are in this range. Yeah, no problem, Gil. Happy to help, man. I can't believe you made me look at my own chart. Anyone who blindly ignores the function of puts to protect shares is big dumb. Not a bear, but up 15k on puts. Nice. That's just $15,000 more you have to buy the bottom, right? Did you just double down on puts? No, I don't know what you're talking about. At what point would you rethink your puts if we don't start to drop today, tomorrow? Probably tomorrow. We're not MOASsing. There's barely any volume on this. Interestingly, the same amount of volume we experienced this morning. I don't know. Is the SPY driving up again? Ooh, SPY broke VWAP. I don't like that. Interesting. All the way up into a test 125. I guess I could move up further. 178? $70. 176. It's not the fucking PPT. It's probably not even going to be very long lived, but any options data that would give insight into this run? I mean, the 1269 thing is usually a dark pool dump. Monthly VIX options expire in the morning. I know. No. I'm buying puts. Ooh, tasty. ATB lied about 4x. The market makers read my DD. Will you allow me to ask chat for help with my activation fee on my GME wallet? No? It was impossible to DD on what's going on right now. We just had 2 big buy-ins, that's all. What's the story? Are we all double banned from RSS now that D Lauer is King Shill? What did I miss? Yeah, JFresh got banned today too, Gaff. Just 2 big buy-ins. Oh yes. Print my puts. I love it when I feel like an institution. Buying puts when everyone's trying to go long. Feels good. Why would there be 2 big buy-ins? Dark pool dumps? I think they were market wide if you look at them. Like GME probably has this similar volume. Not as much on the second one as the SPY did, but how do you know those are buy-ins? They're not. I played for options trading in WeBull and got denied. What? How? The most. I bought puts on the SPY. What the fuck are you talking about? It's called a hedge, Peter. Where did you buy your Texas-sized water bottle from? Costco. That's probably a good idea to practice with paper trading, but I bought 375s. Ooh. Aha. How are my puts getting wrecked? Nice. Breaking news, GME buying BBBY. No, they're not. There's no such news. Any concerns of price rising this week will affect any potential increase next week? Sure. But we're only up on 1 million volume. It's not a lot of volume. Why'd you sell your SPY puts? Stop loss? You got like 12.5%. I should have bought more puts. I blame you. I told you to buy puts. You were the one who was like bear or bull favored. I was like, you were like, oh, it's gonna go to 35, then back down. I'm like, no, it's just gonna go down. You should have bought so many more puts. Look at you trading derivatives, Gaff. I'm so proud. Is that an attempt to teach us a reasonable point to take profits? No, it was just a reasonable point to take profits. You saw, so you saw how like volume was peaking? Like volume peaked early on the run, right? But the run kept stabilizing in this range. This is like this is not bullish, right? So even though it broke out, like the amount of support that that breakout had is like non-existent. So I just bought puts all the way through here. And then this test on VWAP's a perfectly reasonable point to set your stop loss. So essentially you're buying them out of the money, selling them as soon as they go in the money. They give me 2,545 on paper spy pits. Nice. Spy goes up, Jimmy rockets. Spy goes down, Jimmy stagnates. I think we're not going to feel the effects of the broader market until after CNS closes. They were July 15s. Quick name. Could use a similar put strategy on Jimmy. Yeah, but Jimmy's not moving hard to the downside today. There's too much pressure on it. So like I wouldn't have had a lot of faith in a decent downside move on GME here. Also, the spread on the IV you're paying out, like the cost is way higher. GameStop chairman Ryan Cohn reveals $150 million stake in Bed Bath & Beyond and urges its bosses to explore a sale of the company. What? That's old. That's not new. Is there there's new news? That doesn't sound like new news. Why not June 17 for these intraday put plays? On the SPY? Why pay for the extra theta? It's like an in and out. That was just like an in and out trade, right? Like I don't need to buy theta for that. Will we see Gex from this move today? Probably not. I don't think there's a sufficient amount of call buying. If we continue to see puts sold off, sure. IV so crazy. I managed to roll a CC 120 for Friday for 125 next week. I managed to get 30 cents. Oh, nice. I can finally say puts, not same as shares. Have institutions shed any puts in this last run up? I don't know. Our negative, our delta is negative now. Lots of sold calls coming in. So it looks like they're getting people to do what they want. Selling at a 617 call positions, especially at 125. A shitload of them just sold. Play Gmail downside over the next week. What put options make the most sense for a quick trade with leverage? I mean, you don't want to be very far out of the money. It's risky, especially with us back over GN. Blew up because I bought puts this morning. Thanks for fucking us, Chris. 130 cc's this week risky? Yes. Especially if they pre-hedge going into Friday. Spy's doing that impression of that monkey that touched an electric wire and died. I don't think I've seen that video. Are you still waiting till tomorrow or whenever to build your call position? Yep. I mean, I will literally wait until the day it runs if I have to, though. I sold 170 this week. Felt pretty safe based on your comments last week. Yeah, I don't think 170s are a risk. You should be fine at 170. You're way the fuck out of the money. You expect more downside till June 17th? I expect more downside today. I'm up 33%, but I'm holding my spy puts. I think hedge funds are up to something. Oh, well, listen, Smooth. If we spent all our time doing the things that you think, we'd all be in a lot of trouble. You still have your Jimmy 119 puts? Yeah. It's a bull trap. I agree, but a really, really fucking slow one. What's up, Popcorn Trader? How does hedge flip work? Doesn't it flip every time we cross it on the intraday? Yeah. It does. Back and forth. Still fighting for it, kind of, except no one's really fighting to the downside. I mean, the best way to shake them out of their calls is to just slam the price, right? We also have SLD tomorrow. Probably July 15th. When they're up. That's okay, Sleep Tech and Value. Why aren't they fighting to push GME down like they've been doing for the entire year? What changed? Borrow rates high. ETFs are a little overloaded. I think mostly they just want to return shares, which is what they're doing today. They are returning shares, which requires buying, right? Could be a smaller short position trying to get out and have nothing to do with the volatility play. Could be that somebody, just shorted a bunch, especially at the top of our last run, and now they're trying to exit that short position. Just because it's very unattractive to a lot of institutions because of its volatility doesn't mean they won't short the top of a run like last week. Because they will. They're all just waiting. They love to short the shit out of that. Where's that idiot who was talking shit about puts like 5 minutes ago? Ah, we went up fucking $3. This is MOASS. That was me. Gaff. You only buy puts. Your options chain at your brokerage doesn't even display the call side of things. I wasn't talking about puts, but I'm an idiot reporting for duty, sir. Where do you need me? Just wherever. The power of machine learning. The only reason people are buying puts is because they want to buy more calls when they flip bullish, right? Because they're gonna fucking manipulate our price down one way or another. Why should they get to make all the money off doing it? It's the value in our shares that's lost, right? They don't actually have any shares. Also, it's not like we're exercising puts, so we're not keeping it down. The second we sell our puts, the market maker hedges back to the upside. So the net effect is neutral. Who do you still think they're over 100% lend? I don't think they're over 100% now. But utilization's still very high. That bar rate's gonna flip and start climbing back up again soon. Fucking oversold again? Piece of shit. All the downside pushes are too hard. It's good for volatility, but no effect equals more volatility. We can buy lower and see higher upside. I'm on leg 3 of 4 and nearly up 6x this cycle. Yeah, I've made a shitload of money since March. It's been very profitable. I made money on covered calls after the run. I made money on fucking puts on the way down. I made money on calls for Mayopex. I made money on puts on the way down from that too. Spy safe word oversold. Do you expect Jimmy to go down on SLD? I expect everything will probably go down on SLD. What does your tax bill look like? I don't know. I'm not the one who has to sort through all the paperwork. It's usually not that bad. 23% of what I make. What are the chances we reach 100 in the next couple days? I don't know. I think that depends on the chances of us falling back below gamma neutral. Yeah, New York, that's separate though. New York state taxes. What's your deferred tax rate? I have no fucking idea. I just pay the bill. I have to pay New York City taxes too, which are also a fat chunk. Yeah, well, yeah, they're considered short term. Smack factor. Trying to see if I have the email. Does 24% sound right? I'm trying to find the email from my accountant. I can see you're in a mood today, Gaff. Balance sheet? Dude, I've got a whiteboard here that I scribble profits on like every 3 months. And then that's about the most accounting I do. I have write-offs also, and you can write off brokerage fees. Is this pre-hedging? I don't think so. Volumetrically, it's very low. I think they're either trying to get shares back or get people to sell out of calls going into OPEX and reduce their gamma exposure. Right off your espresso machine? That would be this year, though. New OCC rule change effective immediately. What is it? $5.11. I don't see anything. Oh, wait. May 14th. Reverse split by Kala. Trading halts. Yeah, I don't see a new rule for OCC. Supplemental liquidity deposits. They sell off assets to get liquidity, which causes a drop in the markets. That's our OCC 2022-004. Thank you. More uniform settlement time for clearing fund deficits. I'm gonna have to read through that. I don't think it's gonna affect things too much. Marginal tax rate in New York will be above 50%. I'm poor compared to you living in Indiana. Mine's in the high 40s. I posted the rule change in Concord. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I don't think it's new. Do you have puts on coin and MicroStrategy? No. I should have gotten them on MicroStrategy. How often do you like to shower? This is gonna sound weird, but like every 36 hours. Do you have a loop ring account? No. Remember back when I was pestering you every single day to add all those emotes I set up for you? And the only place you added a few was Twitch? Good times. Oh yeah, I forgot to add them to the YouTube. Wait, no, I added some here, didn't I? I feel like I added some to the YouTube as well. You're so right. That is weird. Kirk official. What kind of shower head do you have? I don't know. It's got like two things and then a handle piece. Kohler, maybe? Is that a brand? SLD is supplemental liquidity deposits. I answered you before when you asked last time. Clifford Fine Fabric Care. They sell assets, deposit money. It causes the markets to go down. That's the easy explanation. Why mill models? Why not? Well, the FOMC meeting tomorrow, do puts on the SPY seem less risky than puts on GME? They could be. By the way, made 2K on GME puts I purchased on Friday. Nice, dude. Congratulations. So BBY more like run to $10 during OPEX or run to 25. I can't get a gauge on it since it's worth so much less than GME. It's a good question. If BBY breaks $10, who the fuck knows how high it's gonna go? There's an obscene amount of out of the money OI. FOMC will be bearish or bullish? Probably bearish. I kind of think either way they move with it, it's going to be pretty bearish. Are you describing your shower head or yeah? I mean, it's got like two little posts and then like these little square things that come out. And these are like water comes down off those. And then there's like a little round thing with a handle here. It's got like a clip and a hose. The water comes out of there. Yeah, I'm not going to take the stream to the shower. You need a view up song to set the tune of Cyndi Lauper's She Bop. Huh. So, no dicks. The more shapes, the more expensive the shower. There's another piece on the side of my shower that kind of sticks out like this from the wall. Like here's the wall, and there's this piece that like kind of pops out. It's got like a little tab here. And it's got like little shower head things, but I don't know how to turn it on. Like I can't for the life of me figure out how it works or what it's supposed to do. But it's there. Bob Smith posted 323 for Delta Max. I have no idea what it means. They never were measuring Delta Max. No, it's like way up on the side of the wall, like above my head. Steamer? I don't know what the fuck it is. Delta Max is meaningless. It's always the top of the chain. That's what I thought. So why are we talking about it? Who's Fizzy? None of your business. I need a snack. I'll be right back. I'm back. Gurk using the head bidet. Do I have a doorman? Sort of. That's not personal. Did you see your timeline for when BBBY might take off? I have no idea. Hopefully we see some price action on OPEX. Well, we don't have so much like a traditional doorman. We have like a reception desk where they like do security and collect packages. The faucet on my bathroom sink. Like at a YMCA? Sort of. Yeah. This price action been so boring. We're entertaining ourselves by daydreaming about you showering. Let me know if y'all need assistance. I'm an expert at it. Is that an ice cream cookie? Yeah. Is Jimmy up due to FTDs? Maybe. You were kind of high yesterday, right? A notary public? Why? Mm, people might hold overnight tonight with the Fed meeting tomorrow. The Discord is an absolute cesspool today. Is it being invaded by super stonk people? That happens every once in a while. Carl, break out your hammer. Ever try to get the chili spiced mango? Okay, I don't like chili things, and I'm allergic to mangoes. Like things that are just doused in chili powder, I hate. We talked about this yesterday with elote. What's your favorite spot to go in New York City? My apartment. Have they sold, closed, or exercised any of their puts for this week? Some of the puts that were in the money got closed out, but mostly just retail selling puts and closing their puts. No problem, Barry Spice. And it looks like your downside resistance is kind of here in the $88 range. That's what you're watching. I guess you're hoping for a bounce on like the EMA 60 here, or the EMA 180 here, which is around $88.62. Yeah, the $88 range, you're looking for a bounce. If it breaks down below that, you could be headed down to like 86, 85. Careful, if oil starts to sell off, it's going to sell off fast. So a no to appearing on Hot Ones. Oh, I love buffalo sauce. I just don't like powdered chili on anything. Actually, I really don't like powdered shit on my food at all. I don't like powdered sugar very much. I like Parmesan and Pecorino. Well, I like Pecorino Romano better, but the number of us who are just annoyed we are not back to $80 when Jamie is up and the market is down is its whole own reality. Have you bought calls for OPEX? Not yet. Do you live nearby Wall Street? I mean, it's not far away. For OPEX runs, what DTE do you usually aim for? Usually about 30. Hmm. BBBY is not ripping. Do you ever regret not becoming a calf model? No. Hmm. Hmm. Weird that NASDAQ is up today, right? Hmm. You're welcome, Dan Collins. BTC 28K by the weekend? That's awfully bullish. What are you guys doing? I've shorted Overstock. Mark Codes is an idiot. That seems. I mean, so you're expecting a bounce, like a hard bounce back to the 128 range? I can see a bounce to like 25. 28 seems like a bit of a stretch. Don't you think this is looking like the week before November OPEX, excluding the market crash? This is more compelling. You shouldn't be able to sell it with an order in place already, Steve. You'd have to cancel the other order in order to sell one. What's up, Daddy's little nutmate? Bipolar Bear, you need to calm the fuck down. Is this the run? Hmm. No. 2.29 million volume. Still negative delta. Lots of calls coming in. 110. I was on the fucking Philly exchange again. Oh, these sons of bitches. I'm trying to see if I can find it in the time and sales. Hmm. I can't find them. I wonder if they've stopped submitting them in blocks. T plus Tuesday? Sure. But the effect should be minimal. Spy's barely moving at all. Hmm. I need to check OI on XRT tonight. I found them. ISE Gemini exchange. In the money calls. I don't have that exchange on this data service. You gonna send me a screenshot? These clowns still trying to get the bar rate down? Yeah, I think so. I'm not mad the price is going up. Yes, 110's not block orders. What's the volume on the strike? Something like flip long Jimmy? No. If Melvin was closing shorts, they'd just close them all at once. Does it excite you to find out why? Or frustrate you because you don't know why? Oh no, I'm excited to find out why. $986 volume. Me oversleeping is not a bull run indicator, Gaff. It feels best to play the down after OPEX. They are covering way too much. I mean, the volume's tiny. The spread is wide, and the price action is quite a bit. We're only 2.38 million volume today. This is starting to look like mounting pressure from late in the day yesterday, though, which is curious. The overnight gap? I don't really know if there is one. This? Maybe. That'd be 128.48. No, a little below, actually. 127.99. Weird to move up that much, though, when everything gapped down overnight anyway. And the gap, like, whatever gap was there was closed earlier. So I don't know. No. I don't think it's a gap fill. Why would I sell the puts? I looked at USO before when you asked me, Sisyphus. Discord DM. Ooh. You found him? Interesting. Yeah, these look like buy exercise. It's quite a lot of them. They're just doing it like non-stop. Fucking robbing Peter to pay Paul. Whatever. Hey, BBBY did a thing. That's cool. Wonder if they're pulling the same shit there. Honestly, what's concerning about this is pressure for OPEX just so high that we're going to start moving up well in advance? Or are they just covering? Both could be true, right? This looks like covering. It's so constant. They're like fucking hitting every tick. Yeah, but they got a lot of backed up shit they need to cover first, Heath Dill. Concerning for option strategies? I mean, yeah, because it can lead to a rug pull or a huge rep. $127.55. Okay, where's the big OI? 300,000, 400,000, 500,000. If my one put gets blown out, I don't give a fuck. I mean, I kind of feel the same way. Covering early to add more puts for FOMC tomorrow. Uh, maybe. CNS or DRS, Westchester or West Village, Day Trader or Desk Trader, BlackRock shill or YouTube shill, 13 months later or 4-year hold, GME same like retirement, love, firm took the volume. It really did. It feels like it's so controlled, right? That it feels like it's anticipating a drop. But they are just super fucking underwater, right? Like we know that. Hmm. IV kind of pumping a bit, yeah. Now it's dying off, though. Is there any deep put closing? Not really. There's puts being sold, but not huge numbers of them. It still looks mostly like long put buildup. Put open interest up 4.4% today. Delta's turning back up again, but still overall very negative. The thing that's driving us, though, are these 110 calls. Just like a shitload of on-balance Delta. And they're definitely institutional. Hmm. Interesting. Hypothetically, if I had 200K, should I buy 2,000 shares, assuming it gets back to 100, or buy, say, 50 contracts at a $100 strike for October expiration? I mean, one carries a lot more risk than the other, but it has way more leverage. It's up to you, obviously. But that would be the primary difference. Do you think they'll keep covering the rest of the week? No more dips and just up into OPEX. Hmm. It's possible. That's what we saw in November. See, it was a hedge fund or an MM? I didn't. I have no idea. No, they're still buying puts, which is what's even more confusing. Something they need to do before Vixbury or SLD? That's possible. The only things we should have today are some GEX from last Friday, which wasn't a super impressive day, right? Some GEX from yesterday, which I doubt they'll cover today. And it also yesterday's GEX should be negative. Friday we closed up, but barely, right? Up down into this range. That's filled. I'm thinking just like lower high, but have we broken through that? See, we kind of broke to the upside of that. And the SPY is still moving down. Hmm. I don't know. What do you think, Gaff? T+2 roll forward, and then they pull the rug tomorrow. We had a shitload of positive GEX on Friday because they exercised all those in the money calls, but our we didn't have a lot of positive price improvement. I wish our data wasn't so limited sometimes. Maybe a mid-tier fund manager found your stream and is risking his fund for OPEX. I don't know about that. Well, we have Friday. We have high gamma exposure. Yesterday we have negative gamma exposure. So today's T+2. Are we just realizing the effect of those in the money exercises, or is this from the exercises that are being conducted right now on the 110 strike? Like this morning's like kind of rip, sure. I could see that being Friday GEX, but volumetrically really low. Like this one right here. It's interesting. I guess we'll see what happens when CNS closes. If they are just covering, then we should drop off at 310-ish. I mean, they don't need to dark pool the GEX from Friday until today. They could just cover it today. Today's within the time frame. Jesus, didn't I ban this guy? I can't see if it's Jeffries. This feels fishy and rug pulley. I agree. I'm far more worried about a rug pull than a rip. Today's dividend record date. For what? Jimmy doesn't have a fucking dividend. What's wrong with a rug pull right now? I mean, according to the options flow, retail's been buying 130s and 140s and 150s all fucking day. That's the problem with the fucking rug pull. Is these contracts are going to get destroyed if they pull the rug. If it rips, they're going to print, right? Both right now and during OPEX. Yeah, retail diamond hands are weeklies like crazy. They do. They'll hold them worthless. They'll hold them right up until expiration. And they're buying them on rising price. So they're paying a massive premium increase, right? Premium's going up. And retail's buying, like, FOMOing into calls. And if they rug pull right now, they're going to get burned. I think it's a more of a Wall Street bets picked bad entries rug pull. And that's why I haven't closed my puts, because I'm not going to close them on T+2. I might average down again before close. Hey, Girk, big fan of the stream. Thanks, Cage. Is there anything JPAC could say tomorrow to save the market? They could pull back on QT. They can maintain 0.5 rate increase moving forward without bumping it up. Please don't share my plays like that. Who's your favorite Iron Chef? I never really watched it. Go look at March, November, May. Rug pulls before the run. They're usually in advance. More in advance than this. This is only 3 days. Why would they want a rug pull? To print their puts? That they're still buying? What if they're using the out-of-the-money puts to mark long? Moonwind's fine. What was it, that bump on BBBY? That was interesting too, right? BBBY trading more volume than GME today. Moral of the story is don't FOMO into weeklies. Well, yeah, always. I mean, the thing I care about most here is my entry for next week, right? I could buy some now and then buy some and see what happens, but I much prefer to see what happens and then buy some. Any chance they're flipping to long positions with this? I don't think so. The price is 50 times lower. Of course it has lower volume. No, BBBY has more volume than GME. Oh, I see what you're saying. You said it kind of backwards, but okay. Could they be covering June obligations with these $10 swings the past 3 weeks? No, the last like big run up we had and the aftershocks were the closing of the May contracts for May OPEX. I can't believe I trusted you guys and lost it all. Down to 145 pounds from 186. Congratulations, Ace Ventura, on your weight loss. I'm waiting to see what happens when CNS ends. If FTDs are really going to be this consistently elevated, it's really interesting. And we're seeing more of those in the money calls. which means we're going to just be super fucking volatile into the end of the week, which is annoying. Yeah, and the SPX is hitting like new lows. If they rug pull, it could be violent. Their puts were bought a while back at higher IV. They bought them at pretty low IV actually. But they do need a massive drop and an IV spike for them to be worth anything. Like I don't want to. My problem is I don't want to buy this at 127 if they're about to like fucking just smash us into 90. CNS ending, it could tell us if they were covering obligations today to some degree. So if CNS ends and our price action just falls off a cliff, it's a good sign that a lot of what we saw today is, you know, FTD covering. Which is good to know, but means there's still like quite a lot of FTDs, right? Like FTDs must be so elevated right now that not only are we moving against the active funds, right? We're almost, what's the SPY down today? 0.74. Not only are we moving against the active funds, with the quantity of FTDs must be quite high and short side favored. So they're largely net short and high in number. When do we get the FTD report? Tomorrow? Yeah, it's not gonna be for this period. Fuck. Well, we'll get it through May OPEX. The end of May OPEX, we might start to see what the FTDs are looking like. We don't have negative beta though. And we do today. Cover as much as they can Monday, Tuesday. Prepare for OPEX. Rug pull the rest of the week. I mean, a lot is subjective. Given the illiquidity, it doesn't need to be massive. Just higher than what we've seen the last month or so. Fair. But given the number of exercised calls, it seems relatively large. But yeah, more than we're used to. Fine, I'll concede that. When row neutral on, get the fuck out of here, Fluffy. After CNS, we still go up with all the FTDs. Are we gonna do it January? I mean, we're not like on the reg show yet. Are active funds selling being used to cover the FTDs? Oh yeah, without a doubt. What better way to keep the price established than use SPY dumps to cover? Yeah, we've talked about that a bunch. It's very advantageous, and it was advantageous for them yesterday to do that too. It's much easier to cover when you have a seller. That's what we're trying to figure out, Stranger Age. People repositioning volatility positions? I feel like our options volume isn't high enough for them to be like re-entering new swaps or anything. Like there's a lot of options volume today, but not that much. Like those swap days, we see like hundreds of millions of dollars in volume trade. They're gonna send out the same FTD report as the last one. No, they're gonna give us January 2021's. Is there a way they can put us on Reg Show at the right moment to reduce the size of OPEX? Dude, if they put us on Reg Show, retail will squeeze the fucking stock. Yeah, Friday's exercises can stack with today. The fact that they appear to be largely covering through CNS rollovers is likely reason for the uptick in general daily volume over the last 10 days. We're about 1 million above daily volume from the same period last month, but in line with May's total daily volume average. Yeah, I mean May's total daily volume was much higher. Or the average is higher because of those like 10 million volume days too. How do you feel about Rentec buying into Jamie? They tend to buy for the OPEC cycles and then they sell out. I think this is their third or fourth buy-in to GameStop now. This one's smaller than previous ones, and I don't know if they sold in May or not. They may have. We did move up quite a lot from when they reported to have a position. Are you going to stream the FTD report? I mean, no, not directly. How long is the stock on Reg Show once they get put on it? After it moves on to Reg Show, after 13 days, it begins the thresholding process. What if obligations are so high that they have to bet on getting GME on Reg Show? Yeah, see, whereas getting an ETF placed on Reg Show can be advantageous, getting something with limited liquidity, like an equity placed on Reg Show is not advantageous to them. I did not say that, Smooth. You know, we've been on Reg Show and had infinite retail interest, and we still didn't MOASS. And it wasn't because they turned off the fucking buy button. Are you gonna stream OPEX? Yeah. Who want that live FTD report? Keep talking like that. I'm about to reach my threshold. I love that your name is Zoom In for MOASS, and you always ask me to zoom in. It's like your thing. Runs peaks on XRT match Jamie, but XRT is chopping today while having 400k borrowed shares returned. Yeah. That was clearly what? See Feremi? What's your favorite TFT origin? Oh, I don't care about that. I just want to win the games. I don't even know what half of them are called. Are you gonna get up on time for OPEX? Traditionally, no. I usually oversleep. Very bored, and I went over 49 pages of the options order book in terms of notional value, 12k plus. Seeing puts coming in mostly 105, 130 for this Friday, and 17. Most C are retail or low notional. But they're all off the same exchange like that.
What it looks like is, it looks like they're just buying and exercising them one at a time, like an automated order. Like auto executes. Although I can't tell from the screenshot you sent me. Are they auto executes? I really don't recognize crime. Oh, was that you spelling crime? Are you gonna stream your Sweet 16 or Quinceañera? No, but I was thinking about having a debutante ball. I might stream that. Leave it up to Stefan to just say the most awkward thing. The GMEX are auto. How high do you think we can go during OPEX? This is the question of the week. Gamma maximum right now is at 169. We'll see what it is next Tuesday. T minus 3 minutes. Hey, we're getting there. Yes, auto exercise all at the 100C strike, and then just passing those back to the lending pool. Yeah, that's what I think they're fucking pulling too. They're just making the fucking market maker cover their fucking short positions. It's ridiculous. Done by the long end puts at Jan 2023 and 24, yeah. I mean, like, I understand it's not regulated now, but regulate that shit. It's ridiculous. Like, oh, I'm short. I'm gonna go exercise some fucking options and have the market maker cover for me. Are the big boys fighting themselves? Sinus? It's 1 minute, though. 4 seconds? Here we go. It's okay, I'm gonna get it in time.
Hey, you little stock investor, you. Come on over here. I got something to show you. I think you might like it. Let me show you my secret scenes. Promise you won't tell a soul, cause it feels so good inside your whole market. Ain't free and fair. ETF creation, bona fide market maker makes my secret scene is hard.
How does it feel to always be right? I mean, we gapped down when CNS ended. That's exciting. GAF's getting a bonus today. No, not rug. This is... Maybe. Maybe they rug us now. But... if they've been exercising fucking calls all day... that's gonna mean... we run up... So... Friday flat, but tons of GACs, right? So GACs high. Monday drop, Tuesday cover, Wednesday drop, Thursday cover, Friday drop. All right, I guess we'll see what happens tomorrow. Spy? Is it crashing? Hmm. Why BBBY ran? Same reason, I think. Unless it's not dropping. In which case, maybe Cohen's going to announce that he bought the rest of his shares on Friday. I'd laugh my ass off. Rug show. Thoughts on the Baconator? Wendy's bacon will break your teeth. Negative delta on Jimmy doubled from 29K to 60K in 20 minutes. Yeah, I saw. I have it. I have it. I have it open also. Will BBY squeeze if RC bought his shares? It could, yeah. You can buy another 10 million, I think. Oh shit. What was the 10th in November? 10, 11, 12, so 15. Starting from the 15th. Oh, this is the 15th. Best buy-in was here at close. March 14. I mean, based on the last two OPEX runs, it looks like Friday is the absolute worst time to buy. Although the following Monday is not so bad because of the theta savings. Either looks like Wednesday afternoon or Tuesday afternoon are the best times. Although Thursday was exciting. I think that mostly happened in after hours. So market open Friday was okay. I'm just trying to see if we see the same. See, like, look, like, this is the T+2 day, right? And then this is the next one. So see how the exposure is higher on these 2 days? Like, look at our intraday runs before we fall off due to CNS. Even the following, like, on Friday, same deal, or Monday, the next week. But yeah, I mean, it kind of looks like obligations just pick up throughout the entire week. Because this was Feb OPEX right here, remember? Obviously, May OPEX significantly greater in value than the rollover from Feb. So if we look at that now, like, this is Feb OPEX, right? This is May OPEX. And then they didn't really bleed us down much. Like, this is almost as big as, like, fucking August last year. Like, in terms of volume and everything. And now we're going right into another OPEX, right? So, you know, we've got OPEX coming up this week. So we have today's Tuesday, we have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Monday, or, well, Tuesday, I guess, because there's the holiday. So, you know, more chop. And then this period of shorting seems in line. Like, the drop off here seems in line, but I'm thinking now we trade flat. Is this our floor? It looks a lot like it. I took profits yesterday. I only have a few puts open now. But this would indicate that we're going to drop overnight. If we follow March and November, Wednesday should be a low point. That would mean them sacrificing the puts. Yeah. That's concerning though, right? I mean, the puts expire Friday. What if the puts are being used to mark long FTDs? What if FTDs are so fucking high that they're using out of the money puts to mark them long on GME? God, we haven't had GME FTDs in a long time. Gaff, do you know if they were using puts to mark long on GME last year when you were tracking the FTDs? Isn't that illegal? Sorta. Is Gaff in your apartment? No, but if he wants to bring some kava over, he can hang out. Why would they suddenly start? Low liquidity on GME? Yeah, synthetic longs around Jan Squeeze definitely existed, and from the options chain reviews I was doing in early Feb 2021, it's kind of interesting, especially with the... Although these don't really look like synthetic longs. They don't look married. They look like more like what they do on XRT. If I want BBY calls for 1 to 2 days in case RC announces shares, what date delta do you think is best to be able to exit and minimize loss if it doesn't? Dude, he's not gonna announce a buy-in. I was just fucking around. I was like, it'd be funny if he did. I don't think he's gonna. Come on, Subway Cup. Don't buy options based on some crazy off-the-wall shit I thought up. That's not an effective way to trade the markets. Bring out the tinfoil. Watch it happen now and he makes out like DFE. I know, right? $7 calls, August expiry, decent. Just be prepared to roll them if nothing happens for OPEX. But they're not bad. Could this be real-time unfolding of the most VUP OPEX we've ever experienced? It's interesting. Yeah, but the puts are in high as well. We just didn't make the connection at the time. Could certainly have been that, just not something we were tracking. The entire chain was oddly stacked, though. What do you got for me, Turd? XRT. Put side. $7.15. You can share on stream if you want. Are they... I'm trying to figure out what I'm looking at here. Are we seeing a roll forward? 16,000 increase? Why would they be stacking the 17th expiry right now? To be fair, trading your crazy theory is probably as good as any paid service. I did call the Carl Icahn thing. Now that the bears are being hunted, can the bulls run? No, not yet. The problem is you're too good at sarcasm sometimes. What? That doesn't make sense. I feel like my sarcasm's very obvious. Those are the dates where they increase or decrease open interest by strike. Current open interest on XRT is massive for the 17th. $197,000? Three to six put to call ratio. It's like almost what? 3.6? Almost 200,000 of that is puts. If they would rug pull, why would they do it after hours? I don't think they're gonna rug pull after hours. I think we'll drop in after hours. Right? I mean, the SPY's fucking bumping into its like 52-week low right now. If you ever meet someone named Mark Long, I'm gonna tell him don't understand him at the same time. P.S. I heart all Gherk tinfoil. Thanks, Subway Cub. I think Jimmy is buying into BBY, kind of like how AMC bought a gold mine. I don't know about that, but the SPY's taking off right now. That's why I bought VXX 90Cs, and look how that turned out. I mean, no, it wasn't sarcasm. You just weren't supposed to buy $90 calls. No one ever gave you a strike. You just bought the end of the chain. You can't just run around the market willy-nilly, popcorn trader, buying the end of options chains, hoping for them to hit. The point of BBY call question was to understand what delta time frame to buy calls to get out with minimal loss. I mean, you'd want enough theta. The delta, you'd probably want to be a little bit out of the money in case the price dropped, so you wouldn't want so much intrinsic value. Little bounce on the EMA 60. Yeah. Top of the chain is $99 strike. I basically bought the bottom. No. The bottom would be in the money. Nice buy on random. Here's my question, Turd. Do you see them moving it out? Are we seeing the same roll forward that we saw in Feb? Because it doesn't look like they are. Not yet. And if they're not rolling them by now, like, we're just gonna run headfirst into all that. What does mark long mean? For the purposes of Reg T, in order to extend the settlement period another 35 days, they mark the ownership at the mark to market. They mark the ownership long in order to say they are not short the position. Extending the potential FTD covering period 35 calendar days. Earlier today, you mentioned you buy your calls for IV place first. Any specific reason for out of the money calls purchased before the near the money calls? Because IV spikes first, and sometimes you can get a better deal on the price. So if when you're buying calls with higher intrinsic value, the price of the underlying matters far more. For the far out like IV calls, I could buy those now. I could buy them tomorrow. It doesn't really matter, right? As long as IV stays in the same relative range. But for the nearer the money calls, you want to hit the lowest possible buy-in price. Rejected by the demand zone. Single word statements. Oh, Jesus. You and I clearly have different opinions, so we can just agree to disagree. I made money today, so I'm okay with your sass. Did you make money buying options on the very end of the chain? If they're rolling them by now, then they must be confident they can push through the obligations and clear legitimately with minimal risk. They shouldn't have really any risk, right? If that was the entropy swap that we saw last week, they have like essentially no risk to the upside. I mean, they're already getting retail to fucking fumble their calls all over the place. So it's not like retail's gonna coordinate and stack a gamma ramp against them or anything. No, not yet. They aren't rolling. Well, it looks like they're gonna lock themselves into that a bit. Wouldn't mind a nice little FTD crunch sometime mid-July. Yeah, it doesn't look like Mondays were very bad entries, which would be Tuesday this time around. Although, because of the holiday, that's risky. Fridays were okay, but later in the day. Except in November. Friday sucked in November. So Thursday, end of day, was the best time in November. Tomorrow looks promising. 75-point hike and they nuke it all. Well, 75-point forward hikes and they nuke it all, right? Exactly, but the fact that no rolling is pre-planned means that they're even more confident and nothing critical coming to market. Well, yeah, I mean, especially if the market's going to be tanking. Yeah, I agree. I'm not seeing a lot of risk offset or any fear in the position. November they looked more scared than they do now. One split screen with BBBY when it breaks $10. No. I'm not saying June's going to be canceled out. From the ETF side, it looks very good for June. BBBY weekly high. Someone has it's not necessarily one fund, but there are a shitload of out of the money puts right now. I don't know. We have to see what happens tomorrow, aspiring autist. So tomorrow, pay for more theta, or risk the biscuit and wait for Tuesday. I must tell you, I do like to live dangerously. Fair enough. You buying into July or August? Probably July. I'm not. I mean, even if nothing happens, I'm not holding them very long, right? Oh, they're shaking their little short booties. I've been contacted over willy-nilly purchasing. Apparently, we aren't supposed to tell people what they can and cannot willy-nilly into. HR believes we are still clear, though. Just an FYI. Thank you, Secure. There's no way RC doesn't have someone provide him a report on everything you say on the stream. I can tweet Pirate Fire. He's a fan. Tell him I said hi. Yeah, I don't know if that's true. Right? That's all observational bias. You can see whatever you want to see in it. I mean, the icon thing was pretty direct, but can you clip your discussion about FTDs? Which part of it? No. Can you clip it or timestamp me? Throw me a timestamp. As far as FOMC meeting, is the market pricing in 50 or 75? People say the market's pricing in 75. I tend to agree. The problem is, I think the market is pricing in 75 with forward hikes of 0.5. And I think we're going to see forward hikes of 0.75. And if this happens, the market's going to come down hard. If they raise those forward projections and continue QT, that's going to be rough. August option chain opens today. It's so many YOLO into GME calls, and this happens. Nah, I mean, I don't think the August interest has really picked up that much, ironically. Seems like people are mostly buying July's. Risk the biscuit to get more attendees. You say that now until you've lost your biscuit. Then you'll be upset. I've seen it before. Some people only have the one biscuit to risk. And then when they lose it, they're sad. A lot of chat seems to think BBBY is the same play as GME in the beginning. Please explain to them buying a stock like BBBY headed into a market crash might not be smart. Oh, I agree. I don't think they're going out of business, though. I mean, not necessarily. If you think Cohen's going to take a $150 million loss, it is definitely risky, and the market maker is pricing in them going just under. So, you know, remember that when DFE was buying GameStop, there was as good a chance of it failing and dying as there was of it, you know, turning into what it is today. A greater chance, in fact. You shouldn't have bought the last of the puts. I disagree. I want to keep the loss average down until we move into the middle of the week. When release secret DD? There what? What's secret DD? Can you clarify? Were more puts being bought today? Yes, between 105 and 130. Can you clip the whole stream? I do that at the end of every day. Did you say it was the share offering that stopped June OPEX last year? No, we ran off of May OPEX all the way into the share offering. June OPEX is not even on the correct quarter. Remember last year we were running every quarter? Feb, May, August, November. Ten-year yield keeps climbing. Clear instability in the bond market. Yeah, it is. Doesn't Citadel have a massive short treasury position? I'm from Jamaica. Cool. Retail sales tomorrow can it impact GME? Yes. Sorry, BBY dipped the last 2 months. It's because I've been buying. So all of those puts are almost all those puts are out of the money. The 130s aren't, but yeah, everything else is. To be fair, they're being bought while they're out of the money, though. Is their obligation higher for June now than March? I still think it's roughly in the same range. But can you clip the whole stream and then spend 8 hours reacting to your own stream and then clip that? Like a pickle within a pickle? A dillception, if you will. That sounds like too much time. That would require 2 separate 8-hour streams. Incorrect. We're running every full moon. I can't believe like all the talk of the puts is doing nothing to control the price. They're not shorting at all. Like the short pressure is almost non-existent. Are you streaming PPT? What? God damn, with this plunge protection bullshit. You know what's weird? You have 2,000 viewers right now, and only 1% of them are Dans. We need to pump those numbers way up. No, we don't. People don't need to be Dans. They still have hope. Dan Almighty. I'm from my mom and dad. Nice. $6.17. It's 92 degrees here today. I believe it may be melting. Get an air conditioner. To mark long, are they long puts or short puts? Short puts. Yeah, they're short puts, not long puts. Long puts are used for entropy hedges, and they're super deep in the money. How do I get these CERN puts out of my WeBull account? They're just gonna stay there forever to remind you to never buy CERN puts. Would it be weird to get assigned on 120s earlier than Friday? I don't know, man. They're still exercising a lot of in the money fucking calls. I'd be careful with them. I'm gonna go to see what SS thinks. Give me the real data. All right. Run them in parallel and react to yesterday's while also streaming the new one. Anything less just confirms you were a shill, I think. But I thought that was already confirmed. There's DD on me being a shill. What indicator you have showing gaps? Oh, that's just the like the like one of the chart settings. It's not like an indicator. Looking back to Jan, GME on SLD has been mostly positive price action. Do you feel like holding your puts overnight? Yeah. There's more than just SLD tomorrow, right? Got so many dead CERN puts. No problem, were you? I saw that, Gurkle. Thoughts on combining MACD with CCI and RSI to form a super indicator. Oh, Jesus. Go talk to Stefan about it. You willing to say what you're having for dinner tonight? I have no idea. What are the chances they start early hedging tomorrow? Impossible to tell? Yeah. When setting a stop on an option, do you set it daily or good to close or hold the stop overnight? Just daily. So up flat into OFX? We'll see. Tomorrow will be very telling. Retail sales, Fed meeting, and SLD in one day. I don't know if people will be able to see it on the stream. Oh, god damn it. Which line is which? XRT call put IV and call put difference versus GME price change. Which one's which? I assume the green blue. I mean, the skew there is fucking crazy. I see it collapses on, and I assume that's March, right? Yeah. Jesus, that's wide as fuck. Hmm. Key at the bottom of the chart. Give me yellow, puts green, calls. Yellow puts green, calls. It's blue. Oh, there it is. XRT Delta put IV, XRT Delta call IV. Okay. So the red line's measuring the spread. I see it. Thanks, turd. What does it mean? Significant risk? Asymmetric risk? The Bobby's still going up, though. Yeah, this is ripping. Fucking 7% on the day. I wonder if they're pulling the calls back. I got a lot of OI data to look at tonight. Asymmetric risk for them. He said it. Just tuned in, heard asymmetric risk. Someone improperly hedged. Yeah. You know what gets me, turd, is like XRT can't be the only one. They've got to be doing it on IWM just as well. Otherwise, there's no explanation for like BBBY and AMC. Probably do it on the fucking SPY. Why not? That would explain AMD and Tesla. Could Bobby be running due to that put blanket being closed? I'm kind of interested to see if it is or not. It hasn't broken 7, so I don't think it has, but I'm thinking about it. No. Theta. Ding ding. The day is done. So I do still think we're seeing a lot of covering. We kind of talked through the day about, you know, what's going on here with these in the money calls being exercised. Maybe we're seeing, you know, like Gaff was saying, maybe we're seeing some of those out of the money puts are in fact there to mark long FTDs. If we do have a large number of FTDs, it's pretty interesting, especially moving into an OPEX period like we're about to. If those are going to keep compounding, they may be stuck in a bit of a feedback loop. Trying to mark them forward and roll them and then clear them through CNS with exercised puts. It's not the ideal way to manage this position. Did you sell your puts? Yeah, on the closing bell. Just because I'm not sure how tonight's gonna break. It does look like, you know, covering fell off around CNS, but then the market kind of came back into close, bouncing back up. So I think post CNS, a lot of our upside price action mostly had to do with, you know, just the market kind of recovering. I expect this is going to continue chopping into tomorrow. We have retail sales report coming out tomorrow. We have the FOMC minutes coming out tomorrow. I simply just don't want to pay the overnight theta on weekly calls, so I can buy them back tomorrow if I think the price is going to slip back down. But right now, I mean, we're just holding this channel. Based on previous OPEX periods, we may just hold it until the end, right? Somewhere in this range. So if, you know, if we look back at, and we did earlier, at November and March, a lot of this period could kind of just trade between these 2 points. And then if this is in fact our low for the cycle, you know, that's the most opportune price to buy at. So sub 120. If we see it again, we'll see what happens tomorrow. Today was T+2, so the covering's done. If we have potential for downside before more covering occurs here, although I think the GEX here will be negative because it's from Monday. So this shouldn't really be too much upside pressure. It'll be Wednesday. It'll probably be tomorrow or Thursday. I think whatever positive GEX that we had from exercised options here is probably gone now. But we are going to have positive GEX from today because they were exercising in the money calls today as well. And so that'll be Friday. So Friday might, I'm thinking Wednesday down, Thursday maybe up a little, Friday up. I've got to go back and look at the orders for yesterday and see if I see in the money calls being exercised. If I don't, then it may be tomorrow down, Thursday down, Friday up. If this is going to be our downside limit, right? So if this is the range we're trading in this week, assume that anything below the midpoint is a relatively good buy. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock, you know, the FOMC minutes could come out and we could just tank, right? I mean, the put interest is definitely there to capture any downside movement. You sold your puts, you shill. I can buy them back. I'm not going to carry them overnight. Why, so I can just lose money on them for no reason while the price trades flat at fucking 125? Why are you counting T plus 2 like T plus 3? This is Friday. T, 1, 2. T, 1, 2. T, 1, 2. T, 1, 2. That's how it works. That's not T plus 3. That's T plus 2. I love that you can count to 3, my guy. Thanks so much, man. Show off. That's because they can cover the following morning at market open. But they generally only do that if it's like an extensive amount of exposure. If you want to do it technically, T plus 2 from Friday ends here. T plus 2 from Monday ends here. T plus 2 from today ends here. So, like that. Anyway, so that's about it. If we take a look at our Renko chart, I think you'll see that like today's recovery not very impressive, honestly. Still a lower high than the left shoulder. So from a technical standpoint, I would say this points to us, you know, continuing to move down after a smaller OPEX run with just a little rally, right? This does not look by any means bullish, right? The overall trend is to the downside, and if this was our high, it's a lower high than the former shoulder. So, you know, that would be, you know, considered a breakdown, and then we could see lower prices. But we'll see tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow I think is going to be very decisive, not only for GME, but for the market as well for the rest of the week. That isn't a T3, though. Test of 108 likely if FOMC minutes are bearish. Yeah, that's possible. Not only the FOMC minutes, but we have retail sales report tomorrow as well. And retail sentiment is like the lowest it's been since they started recording it back in like the 50s. Yen broke 135. That's not good. No, it's trading at 135.18 right now. It's fine. 135.17. I'm looking at it. It's right here. It's not below 135. That looks okay. Please wait, I need to ask something. Well, you should have asked it. That's useful. I don't think I want to reset it, though. All right, that's it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Good night.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Gert. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it to float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't see no collusion. Then we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn cold. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Tell the alien waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Hydrate! Hydrate! Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.